Good evening and welcome. Tonight is Monday, December 2nd, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Minnetonka City Council. I will call this meeting to order and ask you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Larson, would you please call roll?
Calvert. Here. Romali.
Here.
Coakley.
Here.
Foster Bolton.
Here.
Shack.
Here.
Wilburn.
Here.
Wearsome.
Here. Next item is approval of the agenda, and it looks like we do not have an addendum tonight. So, Mr. Funk, anything?
No, thank you, Mayor and Council. You are correct. There is no addenda for this evening. So the
All right.
agenda is presented as
Very
submitted.
good. Thank you. Councilor Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move approval of the agenda.
And a second, Councilmember Romali.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Romali. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is approval of minutes, and we have 4 sets of minutes to consider tonight. The first is the September 16, 2024 study session minutes. The second is the October 14, 2024 study session minutes. The third is the November 4th, 2024 study session minutes. And the final is the November 18, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Councilor Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I did talk to Mr. Funk earlier for a small correction on the bottom of page 23, and other than that, I'd like to move approval of the September 16th study session minutes, October 14th study session minutes, November 4th study session minutes, and the November 18th regular meeting minutes.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Romali.
Yes, I will second, but with the caveat that I also talked to Mr. Funk about a correction on page 18 of the packet as well regarding November 18th minutes, but we'll second the motion.
Very good. Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Romali. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is special matters, and we have none of those tonight. Next item is reports from city manager and council members. So, Mr. Funk,
Yeah,
to
thank
you first.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. I wish everyone had a good, happy Thanksgiving. And we are back here in the council chambers. Just a couple things for you this evening. First, we do have Chief Borboom in the audience along with Deputy Chief Tate. Really just want to acknowledge their work in partnership with a number of law enforcement agencies to host an opioid summit 2024. That is this Thursday, December 5th. From 8 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m., the City of Minnetonka is hosting in our community center, again, a number of partnering law enforcement agencies. So real thanks to our chief and our staff of working with those agencies to host this important event. It is open to the public, and the chief mentioned to me today that we do have 117 RSVPs, so we're looking to have a good crowd. And obviously, Council, you're also invited. If you're interested in attending, there will be lunch provided. Certainly let myself or Sarissa know, and we'll make sure you're signed up. Other thing I just want to mention is, I guess, another shout out, if you will, to congratulations to our City of Minnetonka. We won a certificate of appreciation for donating more than 100 units of blood with the Memorial Blood Centers here recently. So we acknowledge our staff participates, and we make sure we're doing our part in service to the community outside of our normal work. And then lastly, I just want to mention, and I probably mentioned this at our last council meeting, that this Saturday, December 7th, from 4:45 to 6 o'clock p.m. is our annual Light Up Ridgedale, Light Up the Commons event. So again, want to invite council, our staff, and to the public to this event. Again, it's starting from 4:45 till 6. There are a number of events being hosted, glow sticks and candy hunts, and there's light up events, decorate your dog type of thing. So certainly invite anyone to come and participate in this very fun event. So with that, Mayor and Council, turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. Council members, anything that you would like to report? Councilmember Rameli.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just again, congratulations on that opioid summit. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend, so I do hope that we can get a debrief on the results of that. And relatedly, one of the reasons I can't attend is taking a family member to an important medical appointment. And so my constituent coffee, that's usually held on Thursdays from 8:30 to 9:30 at the Marsh, will have to end at 9:15. So thank you. And also Burwell House is also having its open house, its holiday reception this week. So I hope that folks will come and attend that as well.
Very good. Anyone else? Councilmember Wilburn.
Just really quick, after the mention of the Burwell House, excuse me, I went on a tour of Burwell House this last weekend, and I believe they have one more opportunity on the 15th to tour the house and learn a little bit about the history. It was really fascinating, so I encourage anyone who has not done so to do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. Anyone else? A couple of quick comments, and a little, maybe being a little repetitious, but I'd encourage anyone who can attend the opioid summit to do so. I attended one put on by Hennepin County, and two comments. I mean, the prevalence of opioids in our society is just overwhelming, and the presence of fentanyl in our society is killing people needlessly. And one of the things that will be covered there is the use of Narcan and ways to help people who might have experienced an overdose. And I mean, you like to think, well, opioids are not relevant to my house, but they're so prevalent, and they term it now opioid poisoning, because people come into contact with opioids in ways that you would never expect. And so it's really a public safety thing, and learning how to use Narcan and putting Narcan in your medicine cabinet is really a wise move for people. So in the interest of public safety, I strongly urge people to attend. I will be there, but I have to be in and out that day due to some responsibilities, but I hope to be there, or I definitely will be there for part of the summit, and again, I encourage people to attend. And then there was a mention of the Memorial Blood Center. The shortage of blood is enormous, and they particularly need type O positive blood. But if you are inclined or willing to donate, it's really an important contribution to the health of our community. So if and both the Memorial Blood Centers and the American Red Cross do take blood donations, and they have drives throughout the community virtually any day of the week. So please consider that, because it really makes a difference, and the shortage of blood is very acute at this time. And then on Light Up Ridgedale, I would love to be there, but my son did not consult with me when he decided to get married next Saturday, and he didn't realize there was a conflict with Light Up Ridgedale. So my wife told me that I should be at the wedding and not at Light Up Ridgedale. So my apologies for not being there, but that's the reality of the circumstance. So, Council, anything else? All right, so then the next item is citizens wishing to discuss matters not on the agenda. This is an open mic opportunity. If there's something that you would like to share with the council, and it's an item that is not on our agenda, please come forward, state your name and address, and let us know what you would like us to know. Come forward, and please state your name and address.
I'm not sure that the budget is not on the agenda.
It is on the agenda, so you can't come up now, if that's your topic. You have to wait around for a little bit, but I think we'll get to that fairly quickly. But if it's not a budget item, and if it's not on the agenda, come forward, and please tell us what you want us to know. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Pete Wagner.
Hi,
I live
Pete.
on 5510 Mahoney. I'm new to the area.
Welcome.
We've been all over the place, from Colorado to Georgia to here now. I don't know if this is a topic, but I wanted to talk about the taxes and levies that have.
Well, that will be on later.
Will it be on later?
Yeah, there will be an opportunity for comment at that time, but this is for items that are not a part of the agenda.
Okay. I'll just make one comment about Narcan.
Yes.
I've been in a recovery program for quite a long time. I think it's great to have it around, but things get abused. I don't think that people that don't want help, they just won't get it. We got to find a way to get the message to them to find that help.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right. Is there anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, we will move on. Item 9 on the agenda is bids and purchases, and we have none of those. So item 10 is the consent agenda. And these are typically routine items. I will read them into the record, and we will vote on them in one motion and 1 second and 1 vote, unless someone, a council member or someone in the audience would like to pull one of these items for further consideration. So I'll read those into the record right now. So item 10A is the 2025 fee schedules for consulting engineering services. Item 10B is a resolution to adjust 2025 non-union employee salaries. Item 10C is a resolution delegating authority for electronic fund transfers. Item 10D is a resolution authorizing the donation of police radios to the State Fire Marshal Division of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. And item 10E is a resolution adopting the Americans with Disabilities Act Transition Plan for public building facilities. So are there any items that anyone would like to pull in this list? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 10A for a question.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? All right, then is there a motion on the remaining items on item 10? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to move approval of consent agenda items 10B, C, D, and E.
And is there a second? Councilmember Wilbert.
Second.
Very good. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Wilburn. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. And then returning to item 10A, Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I talked to Mr. Funk earlier today, and in looking at the 2025 adjustments, the percentage of fee increases, there were some that were a little bit, they just seemed a little bit unusually different in larger. So specifically, I was just wondering if, and part of this is, I don't know what each of these consulting firms specifically consult on, but Short Elliott Hendrickson went from a 10-year average of 3.8 to 13%, and I'm just wondering what's going on.
Mr. Funk? Or Mr. Manchester, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Calvert. I'll defer to Public Works Director, Mr. Manchester. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. Mayor, Councilmember Calvert. So we did look at, in years past, we've put the percentages in here. And so this year we did include the 10-year average, which is the last 10 years, just to look at, because we had the same concern. We saw some of them that were high. And so when we looked at that, we looked at the average to make sure that overall the projects and what they're submitting are in line. So we felt a lot better after. What we found was we think a few of the companies have held their rates. They tried not to make a big difference one year, and now they're trying to make up the difference, unfortunately. So it's not, every project isn't based on only these percentages. So every time we do a project, we get a proposal from one of these companies, and we look at the specifics of it, how many hours, what they're billing us. And so we do the breakdown. We don't just look at percentages. We make sure that it's in line as we do projects.
May I just follow up on, what exactly do they consult on? There's, all different kinds of engineering, and I'm just wondering specifically, what do they specialize in?
Sure. Councilmember Calvert, are you talking Short Elliott Hendrickson in particular, or all of them? Or so Short Elliott Hendrickson would be SEH for short. That's the one you hear quite often. They would consult on road projects, bridges, general civil, all types of different things related to that.
All right, thank you.
And then anything else on this, or Councilmember Calvert, do you feel compelled to make a motion?
Sure, Mayor. I move approval of consent agenda item 10A.
Councilmember Rameli?
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Rameli. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Rameli,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 11 is consent agenda items that require 5 votes, and we have several of those tonight. And like the previous item, these are routine. They do require 5 votes, and I will read them into the record, and if anyone wants to pull one, the same process will occur. So item 11A is a resolution accepting gifts, donations, and sponsorships given to the city during 2024. Item 11B is applications for renewed liquor licenses for 2025. And that's it, just 2 items. Councilmember Shack. Oh, excuse me, does somebody want to pull one before? Okay, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of agenda item 11A and 11B.
And is there a second? Councilmember Foster Bolton?
I'll second.
Very good. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Rameli,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Item 12 is introduction of ordinances, and we have one. 12A is an ordinance amending City Code Section 710.005 regarding certain fees. And I believe Ms. Thomas or Ms. Wishnack, you have that report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start, and then Mr. Manchester will chime in on his fees as well. So I just want to walk you through how this happens every year. So we contact every department in the city, and we indicate it's time for fee schedule changes. And so that happens usually in the fall, kind of commensurate with the budget discussions and what's happening on that side. You probably don't see this side of it, but internally this is what's happening. Each department then reviews its existing services. They look at, do they have any new services that they're providing? And then they make sure that the fees that they have reflect the cost of providing the service. So kind of truthing out whether or not we're collecting enough for the services that they are receiving. There are 3 areas of changes here. One is right-of-way permits, the second is water meters, and then the planning applications. And at this point, Mr. Manchester will explain both right-of-way and water meters.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wishnack. We are proposing an increase to the right-of-way permits this year. It's primarily due to the amount of work that's going on. And so when we took a look at how much time we're spending on it, in 2009, for example, the city had around 160 right-of-way permits, and we're up to probably 350 this year. So there's been a big change. We did increase these back in 2019, effective in 2020. And so we're looking at just increasing to supplement some staff time with a consultant as needed to track them more closely, plan reviews closely, and just rather than look at an additional city staff, we think it'd be helpful to, there's probably a wave right now of fiber optic. And so by looking at the fees, we could just add some supplement to help and make sure we're tracking those closely. The other is the water meters. We are looking at proposing meter communications opt-out. And so with the water meter replacements, it is a radio transmitted frequency. It's approved by the FCC. It's completely safe. If there's a condition or something where someone wouldn't want a radio transmitted fee, we would have an option to leave the transmitter off the new meter. And we would just charge an administrative charge to let them just pay that fee, and then we wouldn't transmit it. So it wouldn't be an automatic read, but we would get a photo from them and then just charge them a fee to input the information. So we don't expect that'll be used a lot, but we want to make sure it was included with this update. And I'll turn it back to Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you. Just a few planning related fees. These are all kinds of zoning applications. There's quite a few of them. I won't go through all of them. Some are pretty minor, but just a small increase, maybe like on the accessory dwelling unit. There's also some clarification on the cubic yards of soil being moved, under 50 cubic yards or over 50 cubic yards, and taking out the notation for single-family households because it could be on any property. So we clarified that language a little bit as well. And then we have some use permits, some sign permits, as well as vacations and variance increases. Again, none of these extraordinary increases, but reflect kind of the additional time that staff is spending. With that, Mayor, that's our report. If you have any questions for either Mr. Manchester or I, we can certainly answer them at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnak and Mr. Manchester. Questions, Council? Councilmember Rameli.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I talked to Mr. Funk about this this morning. I had a question regarding whether it was an idea possible. We had a lot of issues with contractors and subcontractors in terms of our fiber optic installations, either not performing work adequately, not cleaning up after themselves and putting yards back together and such. And I know for our development projects that we have escrows for developers to have to put in landscaping, what they agreed to do. So I was just wondering if something like that would be applicable or something to consider in this case, given that when people pay the permit fees up front, we don't really have a lot of leverage in getting them to, do the work and clean up that they say that they're supposed to be doing. And that's causing, I know, a lot of staff time and headache, and it's certainly causing some headache and time on council's part in dealing with, kind of residents and responding to residents' legitimate concerns in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Funk, do you want to comment? Or?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rameli. As Councilmember Rameli already mentioned that we spoke earlier today. I did have an opportunity to speak with staff, and what we would suggest is tonight is the initial ordinance reading, and then for the next meeting, we as staff would come back with more ideas and thoughts around what that could look like. So we just didn't have, I think, a lot of time today to really assemble that kind of analysis, and so we would propose to bring that back to council for your consideration.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. Are there other questions for staff on this? I do have one. It's, I think it's been explained well that we're raising these fees because there's more time going into each of these issues, and so we're trying to be mindful. One of the things that I think it's important to point out and consider is that cities are not allowed to profit on these fees. The fees are designed to cover costs. But if we don't raise the fees and we incur the cost, then our taxpayers are paying what the applicant should be paying. So, I don't like raising fees, but I'd much prefer having the responsible party pay the fees than having it fall to our taxpayer, because just because the fee isn't there doesn't mean the cost isn't there. So, I guess I said I had a question. Am I getting that correct, or is there any other reasons for increasing the fees other than the staff time and perhaps, salaries go up a little bit every year. We just passed salaries, so some of those costs are part of the fees as well. Is that correct? I'll take Ms. Wishnak's thumbs up as a positive response. So with that, we've got, let's see, this is just an introduction. Councilmember Wilburn.
I move introduction of the ordinance amending City Code Section 710.005 regarding certain fees.
Thank you. And Councilmember Rameli.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Rameli. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert.
Yes.
Rameli.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So we've got all these housekeeping things that we are getting taken care of here at the end of the calendar year. So The next item is public hearings. And we have 4 public hearings tonight. And 13A is a public hearing on the 2025 utility rates and related items. So, Mr. Nelson, I believe that's your report.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Before you tonight is the 2025 utility rates and fees. We'll be looking at a number of host of utility rates and fees here related to water and sewer utility rates, stormwater fees, environmental recycling fees we'll touch on, but we won't necessarily approve them in this action item tonight. We'll approve those in a later agenda item later this evening. And then we'll look at the connection fees for municipal water and sewer connections, and then the interest rate related to, a deferral program that we have in place for municipal sewer and water access charges. So as we look at the background of where we're at with utility rates, the city of Minnetonka has long held a policy of making decisions with the long term in mind. Each spring and summer, the staff and council analyze the operating and infrastructure needs of the city's water, sewer, stormwater, and stormwater utility enterprises during its development of the capital improvement plan, or the CIP, which includes estimated costs and revenues for at least the future 5 years. The first year of that 5-year plan is then codified into next year's budget, which we'll review later on in the agenda, over which the council deliberates during several meetings in the summer and fall, and adopts the final budget here this evening. Any changes in the utility user rates and fees needed to enact the budget are further discussed at tonight's public hearing prior to their adoption, and then they would go into effect with the following year, with the first billing in 2025. So back in 2014 and 2015, the City Council convened a number of study sessions related to the city's infrastructure, sustainability of the city's municipal infrastructure, and that really related to a lot of our water towers and water treatment plants and things kind of above ground at that point in time. And so the city's utility system is valued at about $600 million. A lot of that infrastructure is above ground with water towers and treatment plants, but a lot of it is underground as well. From those council study sessions, the council did adopt a long-term bonding and user rate plan to support those ongoing costs. And to date, we've issued $37.5 million in general obligation revenue bonds starting in 2015 through 2021. And we are scheduled now in 2025 to issue another bond related to some more improvements. Then in 2020, we had Baker Tilly update its original 2014 analysis just due to passage of time and making sure that rates are staying in alignment to pay for those operating costs, those capital construction costs, and our debt along the way as well. So with the ever-aging utility system, capital outlay continues to be the driving factor in our rates. Staff is estimating $125 million of projected capital outlay over the next 15 years. Fortunately, at this point in time, our rate structure does help pay for all of this, and we will be paying through a combination of our cash reserves along with our debt issuances. And so those are commonly referred to as a pay-as-you-use or pay-as-you-go approach for financing that infrastructure. And so we use kind of a combination of that. We're able to have cash reserves that help pay for our current needs, but it is a long-time infrastructure asset, and so having future ratepayers pay for some of that burden as well too also makes sense on that end of it. So you don't have all your current users paying for the next 50 plus years of infrastructure there as well. And it should be noted, and I know the council knows this, but we do not special assess property owners for our infrastructure. So that's water, sewer, and our streets and stormwater and such like that. So we do not special assess when we come in and do a street reconstruction. Those costs are borne by those enterprise funds through user fees and our debt service needs and those types of things. So that plan calls for, has called for over the last number of years, a 3.75% increase across both the water and sewer variable rates, along with that our fixed infrastructure fee as well. The last couple of years we've kind of tweaked that a little bit. We've increased our sewer rate a little bit more this prior year, and now this year we're looking to kind of make that, bring that back into alignment at 3.75 across all those, the water and sewer variable rate and the fixed infrastructure fee. One thing that we did note last year, or maybe even 2 years ago, that we have changed the billing a little bit on our bills. And so when you look at your utility bill, it states there's an infrastructure fee, there's a water service charge, and there's a Met Council kind of charge as well too. And so what we've done with our sewer variable rate, we've tied that to the pass-through amount that Met Council charges us. Met Council charges us a fee of, for 2025, it's to be about $5.7 million to process our sewage that goes into their collector system. And so Met Council has a wide, just like we have sewer pipes in the ground, they have sewer pipes in the ground that where Minnetonka's system feeds into Met Council's system, and from there it goes to their processing plants. I'm not exactly sure which plant we flow into, but there are several plants across the metro that Met Council is responsible for. And so they need to make sure that their infrastructure is maintained and their processing plants are up to order and all that kind of stuff as well too. So they have a fee. They distribute that fee across all the cities based on the volume, each city's proportionate share of volume metered into the system. And so then they divide that amongst their budget, and that relates to our $5.7 million for 2025. And so with that, so the sewer variable rate will cover the Met Council fee. That is where then our water variable rate and then the infrastructure fee will then be responsible for paying the city's operational share in the debt service and capital costs related to water, sewer, the water and sewer, both sides of that. So. And I should note, here's just a chart that, and I don't know if I showed you this chart this year, but I did show this last year. This is where the sanitary flow rates have been decreasing over time, but the MCES cost has not been decreasing. So their costs have obviously been increasing. They need to maintain their system. That makes sense on that end of it. Our flow rates have been decreasing, which is a good thing. We want to do that. We've spent lots of dollars on I&I, inflow and infiltration reduction, trying to make sure that we don't have clean water entering the system. We have many more residents that have water-saving devices, so we're putting less water into the system on that end of it. So our usage is down, which is good. However, we still need to pay for that MCES charge, and so that's where our sewer rates need to increase to cover that piece of it. Should also note that Public Works is wrapping up a citywide utility infrastructure assessment this summer, and so they're looking at all of our utilities, above ground, underground, our stormwater, our streets, and our trails. And so once that assessment is done, we are going to be looking at probably doing another rate study, maybe likely with a different company just to get a different perspective, making sure that kind of things are in alignment on both sides of that. And then we'll probably have convene with a study session next summer or next fall when we look at budget time to make sure that rates are still in alignment with where we need to go long term on that end of it. So, and that rate analysis will also include stormwater as well. Stormwater's been has lots of fees and costs as well too, and we haven't necessarily done an in-depth rate analysis on the stormwater piece of that, so I think that'll be appropriate to wrap all that in there as well too when we have information on all of our infrastructure needs. So looking at the water and sewer side of things, on the impact, what it would be for a low water user, which is about 3,000 gallons a month or 9,000 gallons a quarter, that household can expect about a $5.39 increase. And then a more of an average user at about 15,000 gallons per quarter can expect an increase of about $7.07. And this is just on water and sewer part of their bill.
And Mr. Nelson, just that's per quarter, right? So $5.39 per quarter.
That is correct. Yep. So that's
Okay.
per quarter. Yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Nope.
that.
Absolutely. I was going to put per quarter after that, but I'm like, well, I got lots of words in there. So thank you for
I'll go
pointing
just
that
wanted
out. I appreciate
clarification.
that.
Thank you.
Yep. So moving on to the stormwater fees, back in 2003, the City Council adopted a resolution approving the council policy for the establishment of a stormwater utility. The stormwater fund, just like our water and sewer utilities, has been experiencing lots of capital pressure as well. We've had lots of recent projects that have had big costs. For instance, in the Tonka Woodcroft area, that was some big stormwater costs in that area. Along with upcoming projects in the Kinsel neighborhood and Excelsior Boulevard. So we have about $12 million of capital outlay over the next 5 years that we're looking to incur through the stormwater fund itself. And so to help replenish those fund balances, staff is recommending an increase of 4% to $8.51 per month, which is an additional $1 per quarter, so about 33 cents a month on that end of it. Moving on to the environmental recycling fees, this is going to be touched on in agenda item 14D as well, and I think that's where the resolution is, or I know that's where the resolution is, but just wanted to touch quickly on the fees a little bit here as well too. So the Environmental Recycling Fund just doesn't do just curbside recycling. It is also responsible for the brush drop-off, our special recycling drop-off events, all those types of things on that end of it. So it's not just the curbside recycling that this program pays for. And so what we're looking to do is increase the fees from $7.33 per month now to $10.81. And this would be inclusive of the curbside organic collection as well, that $3.10 that we've been talking about. If that's approved, that $10.81 would include that $3.10 in here. And also from there, we're looking to increase the base fee, the $7.33, which is the current charge, by 5.2%. And that will match then what the new recycling contract has in it from Republic at this point. So if those are both approved, these bills would go into effect January. The 5.2% increase, the $7.33 base charge plus an additional 5.2% charge would go into effect with the January bills. And then if the organic curbside collection is approved, the additional $3.10, that doesn't start until March. We would not start billing residents that until the April billing, which comes out in late April. Residents get their utility bills really towards the end of each month. And so we bill on a quarterly basis. And so those January residents that are in that first billing cycle in January, to make sure that this is equal across all cycles, we would wait until that April one again to increase that billing by the additional $3.10 in April, if that makes sense at all. Thank you. And then, so looking at the residential impacts for all three of these utilities, it really depends on the household water usage, obviously, on that end of it. But if you're, again, that low water user of about 9,000 gallons per quarter, you'll see an increase of about $16.80 per quarter. And so that would be inclusive of that monthly $3.10 organic charge as well. So that's an additional $9.30 that's in that $16, $17 at that point. And then the 15,000 gallon per quarter user would see about $18.50 increase in their quarterly bill. And again, that includes the $9.30 for the 3 months of curbside organic. So moving on to the water and sewer connection fees. Here you have a council policy 12.4 that directs the city's residential equivalent charge to be indexed to the annual inflationary changes per the engineering news record. And so that index for November 2024 compared to November of 2023 is 3%. And so we are proposing a typo in here. The 2025 water connection fee should be increased to $2,147, and then the 2025 sewer connection fee should be increased to $1,209. And just for point of reference, the last year's increase was 1.7%. So you can see the those inflationary charges change from year to year based on the indexes that is used. Then lastly, we have a water and sewer deferral program for businesses that are looking to defer the cost to add that water and sewer connection fee to the city. And so the council has to establish an interest rate for that program each year. The interest rate for 2024 was 3%, and with the current interest rates for municipal AAA bonds is about in that same percentage for 2025. So we're recommending no change or to enact a 3% interest rate on that program again for this coming year. And with that, that is all I have. So staff recommends that the council conduct a public hearing and adopt the attached resolutions to enact the various utility rates and set the deferred interest rate. And again, these would be effective January 1 billing, which would be the end of January, except for that environmental recycling one. So with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor and stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Lots of detail,
Yes.
lots of information, lots of fees. So council, any questions? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. This is always such important work. I tell my husband, you know, we're so lucky we can turn on the faucet and water comes out, we can drink it, and we can flush the toilet and it just goes away. So I always think this is such a worthwhile fee. I want to clarify, because I came up several times in the organics piece, in the Minnetonka Matters comments, that people were concerned, and rightfully so, that with the introduction of the new $3.10 fee, that the fee that their individual hauler is currently charging them for organics will phase out as this new fee phases in. Is that correct?
Mayor, council member Shack, I think I'll turn that over to Public Works Director, Mr. Manchester, on that.
Mr. Manchester.
All right. Hello again. Welcome. Mayor, Councilmember Shack, yes, that is correct. I mean, we'll certainly talk about it more on 14D, but the goal would be to work directly with the other licensed haulers and remove any existing fee for organics, and then before the city would start charging.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions for staff, for Mr. Nelson or anyone? Council, all right. If there are no questions, then this is a public hearing item. So I will open the public hearing. And if there is anyone who would like to comment on the 2025 utility rates and related items, please come forward, state your name and address, and tell us what you want us to know.
And I don't know, my name's Scott Smith. I live at 17601 Susan Drive, been a long-term resident for the last 33 years here. Question on the organics was pretty much answered. I didn't realize that was available to, is that something new that's going to be available to all residents? Because currently it's not. My understanding was that it was, there was a select number that was available and wasn't going to be for every single
Direct
resident.
your questions to
Sorry.
here. That's all right. And then we'll get
Sorry,
the
Mr.
answers
Mayor.
for you. Okay, not a problem.
So my understanding was there was a select number. It wasn't for every single resident like the current recycling program for plastics and in bottles and all that.
All right.
Is
and
that not correct? Because I don't have a container for organics that was provided to me.
Right. And I think I will turn to staff and ask either Mr. Manchester. Mr. Manchester is the man with the answer on this question. So listen to him.
Mayor, I hope so. To address it, there was a pilot program that we did a long time ago where the city kicked in additional funds, if that's what you're referring to. But currently, licensed garbage haulers offer organics, so you could certainly reach out to your hauler and get organics through them.
That's for a charge though, correct?
Everyone in Hennepin County is currently being charged, so the county requires all the licensed haulers to charge for organics, so you could just call and get a container at this time.
Because right now I'm throwing it in my backyard in the compost pile.
Okay, well, there's nothing wrong with that, but
Right.
you're being charged one way or the other.
But if I'm
and-
being charged, I
Yeah,
should have the service
and they
available to
will-
me.
I'll tell you what, it took 4 phone calls to our hauler to get an organics bin, but you will get one. And, if you want to talk to anybody about being persistent, you can talk to my wife about that, because she was all over it. But we did get a bin, and because it is a mandate, so everyone's being charged, so you might as well have a bin.
Correct. One other question, I don't know if it
Yes.
pertains here, most of this is regarding storm and sewer.
Yeah, this is utility fees.
Right,
Yep.
utility fees. And
Yep.
all of us here in the city are being charged a $4.50 fee on both the electric bill for Excel as well as the gas bill as well.
Mini-gas, yeah.
Mini-Gasco as well.
Right.
My understanding, and I was part of this when this all started 17 years ago, the $4.50 on the electric bill was to go towards burying utility lines.
Right.
And I was impacted, and that all started, I think, when the 101 project got widened.
Right.
So that started about 17 years ago. I don't know how long the $4.50, but that's about 10% of my bill that's being assessed, which to me is quite excessive.
Right.
And then I noticed here a few years ago, another $4.50 charge is being assessed on the Mini-Gasco bill. What I would like to understand is, I haven't experienced the volume, the seeing of burying of lines to continue those charges, and what are those other $4.50 fee on the gas line being used for? And how does this all pertain to the budget? I mean, it's a tax.
Well, you're right, it is a tax. It's actually called a franchise fee. And the concept, and staff can, if when I go off the track here, they can correct me. But the franchise fees originally were introduced, as you indicated, to bury overhead power lines, and that there's a part of that franchise fee that is still being used for that. But then that fee was raised by, I think, $1 or a small amount, and then another franchise fee was added to the Mini-Gasco bill, specifically dedicated to expanding the trail system in Minnetonka. And that was the thing, our surveys with residents indicated that there was strong support for trails. Trails cost money, and how we're going to pay for it, and it was decided that we would use franchise fees that are on our power and our gas bills. So a portion of the franchise fee, the part that was dedicated to burying overhead power lines is still there, but it was increased by, I believe, $1, and that goes toward trails. And then the incremental fee on your Mini-Gasco bill, that is for trails, and the total amount collected in Minnetonka is just under $2 million a year, about $1.9 million, that is being dedicated to trails in our city.
So are both of those going into separate dedicated funds, or are those going into the general fund?
They are separate dedicated funds.
Okay, answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Or comments, rather?
Well, it's a question.
That's fine. Questions are good.
On the utilities.
Yep.
Dave Paulson, longtime resident. I'm curious, are the sewer and water fees now self-sustaining? I mean, do they pay for everything that costs the city? Or is it subsidized in any way by the general budget or some other way? And how long has it been like that? That's the question.
I'm going to turn to the finance director for that. I knew something about the previous question. I'm going to need the finance director on this one.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Water and Sewer Utility Fund is an enterprise fund, and so that is supposed to mirror a private business, and so that stands on its own. It pays for the operations, it pays for its debt service, pays for the capital associated with that fund, and so it's all encompassing, it's all inclusive, and it does stand on its own, and it is not subsidized by the general fund whatsoever on that end of it. So all the user rates pay for everything within the.
How far back does that go?
That is
Forever?
probably for the beginning of time on the water and sewer fund itself.
Then a general question, the rate on water has sort of skyrocketed percentage-wise, and I always tell people, well, it used to be subsidized, now you're paying the full cost. But you're saying the costs have risen that much.
So there's the operating cost to produce water has increased substantially, and then along with our cost to maintain that infrastructure that's in the ground.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you. Are there other questions or comments on, this is a public hearing. Are there any further comments on the utility fees that we've just discussed? All right, seeing no further comments, I will close the public hearing, and I will bring it back to the council for any comments and or motions. All right, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just make a comment because I think it bears reflecting on, is that, much of Minnetonka infrastructure was built out in many places over 50 years ago, and Minnetonka is a fully built city, and as we age, the infrastructure ages, and so unlike newer cities, we're experiencing, and we have been, and I'm very grateful for the councils that came before us that helped shore up those funds. But this I know that probably if Mr. Manchester loses sleep at night, it's about kind of the infrastructure and making sure that we're on top of things, and fortunately in Minnetonka we're very forward looking. So perhaps our fees are higher than maybe some newer cities for that reason, but we're trying to keep the water clean and the sewer running. So I support these changes and appreciate the hard work that's been done.
Other comments? Councilmember Calvert or Councilmember Maley? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo those sentiments and also talk about the fact that, nobody likes to pay these increased fees, but I think it's really important that, our usage, I heard people saying, oh, our base fee is so high. I saw comments like that. And, the infrastructure is the infrastructure. Your fixed fees are the fixed fees. So, we have to keep improving and maintaining those aspects of our system. So those fees aren't going to go down no matter what our water usage does. And so I think the fact that we are a built-out city, we have aging infrastructure, those things all weigh in. The other thing I think that maybe that I wasn't fully aware of, and I think other people may not be, is the very important fact that we don't have special assessments in Minnetonka, combined with the fact that, again, we're very forward-looking, we're very proactive as a city, and compared to other cities in terms of really careful, considered planning and investment in these systems. So I don't know if people may have read the last few years there's been major catastrophic water main breaks, things like that in cities around us. There's some cities around us out to the west that don't get clean water out of their taps. They're drinking bottled water. So all of those things, the investment we put in and paid maybe just a little bit more than other cities, really pays off for us, and that we do have clean drinking water. We have a great system. We don't have these catastrophic water main breaks that end up costing us more in the end than if it would, just like your home, if you had properly maintained your infrastructure, your home systems. And the other thing is when we, those other cities that do have those catastrophic breaks oftentimes have special assessments. So instead, we made the decision as a city a long time ago that, we spread the costs for major infrastructure improvements across the entire community, whereas other cities nearby us, you may have neighbors in Hopkins or other places where they say, I just got hit with a $15,000, $20,000 special assessment because they're, redoing the road or the water system in my neighborhood. They don't have that system. So I think when we consider kind of these costs, I think it's helpful to bear in mind, some of these things that I, as a newer council member, have learned that, we enjoy as Minnetonka residents, that we have really, really, really good service. We have staff that are really good at what they do in terms of maintaining and keeping our infrastructure going the way it should, so that we do have these amenities that we all take for granted when we turn on the tap or flush the toilet. So just wanted to thank staff for the great wealth of information and also their work, and I will be supporting this.
Councilor Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. All of the above, and also there is a little bit of a bright light when we talk about, the enormous investment we've made in these systems, and that is, as I understand it, and please, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, because we have invested in our infrastructure, especially our water and sewer, it helps our credit rating. And that means that borrowing for our projects comes at a lower cost. And so, even though nobody likes paying these fees, we do benefit from that investment in terms of borrowing power. And the other thing is that some of these fees aren't generated by us, they're generated by Met Council, and as we've talked about earlier today, the fixed costs are the costs. They're not allowed to make a profit on this, just like we're not allowed to make a profit on taxes. As I understand, they have to reinvest that money into the systems, and so they're just trying to capture the costs. And one of the things that we talked about at several meetings is that it's very unfortunate that we can't reward our community for reducing their water use by reducing the fees, but it's because it's a fixed cost. But I'm just really proud of our community for reducing water use, even though they're not getting a financial pat on the back for that. And thanks to staff for this great presentation, and I also am supportive.
Any other comments from council? Councilmember Wilburn.
So much of what I was going to say has already been said, but I will just mention that I also appreciate that staff and previous councils have been forward-looking in setting up things so that we can like address infrastructure challenges before there are failures. I have a friend who's on the St. Louis Park City Council, and it was her ward where they had, I don't know if that was last year, where they had the major break and people had sewage in their homes. And that has not occurred here, and hopefully will not occur here because of the work that's been done to keep our infrastructure functioning. So,
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. Anyone else? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. Everyone said it really well, but the other thing I think about is we're so lucky, and you think about the drought that's happening in other parts of the country and how precious water is, and that it's getting scarce and our aquifers are getting depleted, and I just feel super lucky that we're in Minnetonka and being taken care of by our great staff. So thanks again, and I'll support this.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? I think everyone's really covered it well, but I will just add that Baker Tilly is a consulting firm, an accounting firm and a consulting firm, and they have told our staff and told us that Minnetonka is somewhat unique in the way it approaches investments in underground infrastructure. We are staying ahead of the curve, and that's expensive. I mean, we're raising our utility rates to pay for the bonding associated with that investment 3.75% per year, and we've been doing it for the last 4, 5, 6 years, and it will continue for the foreseeable future. It's not an insignificant investment. But I also talked to a lot of mayors, and I remember when a neighboring city of ours, their mayor was waiting around residents' basements in boots walking through raw sewage, because that's what a cataclysmic failure of infrastructure represents. And I'm proud of the fact that our city has elected to stay ahead of the curve. It's not cheap. All the people in this room are paying for it, but we're way ahead than having to deal with cataclysmic failures. And so, we're doing the right thing. It's tough because it's not free, it's not cheap, but it's the right thing to do. So I think I'm pleased with that, and so I support this as well. So I will look to my fellow council members for a motion. Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of agenda item 13A regarding utility rates.
And is there a second? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. The next public hearing is regarding children's health care revenue bonds. And Ms. Wishnack, you have that.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. A little bit different than you're normally considering. This is called host approval for a bond issuance. The city itself, the city of Minnetonka, is not issuing this bond. The cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul are. This is an overarching project of about $221 million for children's health care, and they have obviously many locations, one of which is in Minnetonka on Clearwater Drive. The improvements to the Clearwater Drive building that you're all familiar with, I'm sure, is about $5 million of that 221, so very short or small part of what the overall bond issuance is. When this happens, there is a requirement by the IRS to have a host city approval where that business is located and where some of the money is being expended. So the requirement is to hold a public hearing, and then we're asking as staff to adopt the resolution allowing that host approval to occur. We do have our counsel, Julie Eddington, on the line if there are any specific questions that I cannot answer. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnack. And council, any questions for staff? All right, I'm not seeing any, or any for Ms. Eddington, who's on the phone. All right, then I will open the public hearing. and ask if there's anyone here who would like to comment on this item. And if so, please come forward, state your name and address, and tell us what you want us to know.
Certainly. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Wiersum and fellow council members. My name is Andrew Rosendahl. I'm the Vice President of Finance for Children's Minnesota, representing Children's this evening for you. Do not live within the city of Minnetonka, so my address is outside. But we do have a facility within Minnetonka. This year, you may know, you may not know, Children's is celebrating its 100th anniversary. We're committed to serving children for another 100 years. In 2023, we served over 150,000 children, including 1,200 from the city of Minnetonka. As it was pointed out, we do have a facility off 494 and 62, where we have an ambulatory surgical center, we have imaging center, and we also have a multi-specialty clinic. We're looking at upgrading these facilities. These are not unstandard upgrades. We have modernized the facility throughout the years. This year it just happens to be when we are going out for some public bonds, and so we are including these upgrades within this bond issuance. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I just want to thank you from Children's Minnesota for your support and for the children and families that we serve.
Very good, thank you. Council, any questions? Councilmember Wilburn.
And sorry, this is probably for staff, and just to make sure that I understand correctly, the bonds are being issued by St. Paul and in Minneapolis, so the city of Minnetonka there's no financial risk for the city. We just have to approve it since it's taking place in Minnetonka.
Mayor and council member, definitely that is exactly what is happening. And again, because it's the building is here, part of their improvements are here in Minnetonka, that's requiring the host approval.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Let's see. So then, let's see. The public hearing is open, right? Is there anyone else who'd like to comment on this? Anyone at all? All right, then I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. So comments or a motion? Councilor Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. This seems like a very worthwhile approval, and so I know that one of my children benefited from some health care at Children's, so I'm just so grateful that they're here in our city. So I move approval of item 13B regarding children's health care revenue bonds.
And Councilmember Mailey.
I'll second.
Very good. And before I ask for a vote, I'm going to make a bit of a personal comment too, because 39 years ago, my twin daughters were born, and they were preemies, and they had a lot of complications, and they both have Down syndrome. And the prognosis was that one of them likely would not survive, and one had a reasonable chance of survival but needed surgery. My twins, Jennifer and Amy, spent 12 and 14 weeks at Children's. And you can tell it's emotional for me. But I want to say thank you. So, pardon me. Ms. Larson, would you please call roll?
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wiersum.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is an off-sale intoxicating liquor license for Sundial Wine and Spirits located at 5757 Sanibel Drive, Suite 14. And Ms. Wishnack, that's you. Pardon me.
Thank you. Council members and Mayor, this is the continuation of a change of ownership from a husband to a wife of the business. We have conducted the investigative report. We have not had any findings cited in that report. Therefore, we ask that you continue the public hearing from October 28th and grant the license. With that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Very good. So, Council, any questions on this item? We heard it before. All right, then this is a public hearing matter. I will open the public hearing and ask if anyone would like to comment on the liquor license for Sundial Wine and Spirits. Is the applicant here or anyone would like to comment on this? You're not required to. Is there anyone? All right, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for consideration. Any comments or a motion? Councilmember Calvert.
I'll make the motion to continue, is it to continue?
No, not to continue,
Oh,
to
so,
approve.
to approve the liquor license for Sundial Wine and Spirits.
Thank you. And is there a second? Councilmember Shack?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaili,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Waresome.
Yes, motion carries. And our fourth and final public hearing this evening is item 10D. It is the 2024 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Consolidated Annual Performance Report. And Ms. Wishnak.
We'll try it one more time. Thank you, Mayor and council members. This is, you might have deja vu, right? We just did
Yes.
2023's CAPER report, so that was just a few months ago. So I won't kind of go over the history because you kind of know what the history of CBG is in Minnetonka. And in 2020, a reminder for you, the council at that time indicated they wanted to use some of the grant funds that had been repaid, $207,000, to go ahead and assist homeowners who were in the Homes Within Reach program. And over the course of those years, many communications, not only direct mail, but encouragement based on contacts that we have. There's 62 houses, by the way, that are in the Homes Within Reach program. And many mailings, many conversations. The Homes Within Reach also did their own mailings to try to encourage folks to participate in the grant program. We were able to assist 22 households, so that was definitely a success. And you can kind of see over the years how many households were assisted, and definitely had a variety of kinds of improvements that were done to these homes. So this would be the final report that you would be required to file. There is still a remaining balance of $43,425, which did expire on September 30th. And there was a time frame on those dollars, and we knew that going into the 2020 decision. So I think we've done a lot of communication, hopefully to spend all of it, but of course didn't meet that goal. However, that means that the remaining balance does go back to HUD, and that money is then recirculated some other way. And so the documents are required. There's a lot of paperwork that goes along with it. So the CAPER itself just summarizes the activity. And so in 2023, we had the 33,000, 28% of the assisted homeowners were people of color, and there were also of the families, all were low to moderate income, below 80% AMI, which makes sense because that's the AMI that this program is targeted at in terms of Homes Within Reach. So we're required to go ahead and publish the information, and that was done at City Hall from November 14th till November 28th. Staff did not receive any comments. This public hearing tonight will complete the required participation as a city that you're required to do. And any comments that are actually received, we don't make any changes to the CAPER report, but we do add those comments to the report when we submit it to HUD. So your two actions tonight is really to hold that hearing and then adopt the resolution passing, or approving, I should say, the 2024 CAPER. With that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnak. Council, any questions for Ms. Wishnak? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I mean, I think the ultimate goal was around 27 households, and we managed to assist 22 households, which is, a really great record. And but we are sending some money back. And so, and I do not mean this as, I'm just curious, like, I know that you did a good job trying to get the word out, but I'm just wondering, was this really an optimal outcome? Would we have expected this is there something we should be kicking around as a council to try to, make sure that we can support, getting all the money expended, or just something that we might have done differently, because it's a pretty good track record and we helped a lot of people, but we're still sending money back. And so I'm just wondering, like, should the amount be different, or the kinds of repairs different? Or I'm just wondering if there's anything you might think about, that we might think about differently.
Mayor and Councilmember Calvert, I think that, I was hopeful that all of the money would be expended as well. I mean, that was definitely the goal as staff. We had just get that money out the door, get these repairs done. I do think that, sometimes people are intimidated by projects like this and can be overwhelmed by doing a construction project or improvements to their home. And that's always kind of nerve-wracking. So I do think there's some of that trepidation that you get when you talk about home improvement projects. I know myself, I get a little twitchy when we're doing improvements to the house, right? And so there's always something like that to be considered. I think also the need and whether or not they were doing some of these repairs on their own with their own funds, or whether they had expended things before, probably occurred over time on these homes. So it just depends, I think, situationally where they were at and whether or not they were ready to make an improvement of some sort. But yes, of course, I always want to do more and provide more. That is the goal. I agree with you.
Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. As a recipient of this funds, I would say me using the funds, it was, for me, I've tried several times. Once when I was over the income was denied, and then the second time when I was under the income, I applied for it. I would say that the process is intimidating when you're doing a project, and I think it could be some assistance there, where when you're having folks come out and do bids on your home and you haven't really experienced that, I think that is intimidating. I know it was intimidating for me, but I was able to get through the process. So I think when folks have to tackle something like this and they haven't really had that experience, and then having folks to come into your home, and it takes a period of time, depending on what type of project you're getting done, I think it is a little difficult. And if you don't have the tenacity to just keep pushing forward, then you probably just kind of shut down, because there was times I was like, man, this is too much. I'm going to stop. I don't want to do it. And then I'll just be like, I got to get it done, because I knew I could not afford a furnace that cost over $10,000. And so I would say that I think we could do a little bit better in that space of helping people to understand and get the support that they need. So I would just say that. But okay. I do appreciate the program. I think it was a really good program. I think it helped a lot of families, 22 households, as we see. It is unfortunate that this money had to go returned, because I know that with these homes, we know they're old homes. We know that there's work that needs to be done. There's never not work to be done in homes, especially old homes. And so to return $43,000, to me, I question why. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from council? All right, then let's see. Have to open the public hearing. And is there anyone in the audience who'd like to comment on this program and the CAPER report and the results of this initiative? Is there anyone?
Sorry about that.
Greetings.
Knee here.
All right. Well, it looks like it's working.
Not yet.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Ms. Coakley, for bringing that up, because I also see a lot of families in need here, and I do think that is a shame, $43,000 being returned. But I also think that it's about attraction, not just about promoting this program. People got to be attracted to it. If this program was easy for you to get in that, you would talk about that to other people that needed it, that you knew needed it, and they would be attracted to using this. So I think we've lost a little sight here on how we're going to get the message to people. It should be attraction, not just promotion. And we shouldn't have $43,000 that were there to go to good needs going back. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I will bring it back to council. Comments, Councilmember Romali.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask staff if they could comment on, what the city's role or ability in response to the comment that was just made. I worked for a time in the field of affordable housing, and I know there are federal requirements, especially for CDBG grants, that are required that that supersede or are mandated. So it's not like the city can come in and just wave a wand and say, come and get it. There are, definite federal HUD mandated forms, et cetera, that need to be filled out. So this isn't just a city, being able to make those changes unilaterally. That would have to be something that would be come down from HUD and be HUD approved. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Ms. Wishnack.
Mayor and Councilmember Romali, I think that's a good point, and I probably didn't describe that well enough. There is a lot of, I would describe it, I'm sorry, but red tape when you have federal dollars, and it requires a lot of compliance documentation, which I think Councilmember Coakley explained very well. It is a little bit daunting, and lots of materials have to be received by the city to issue the funds. So I get it. It is complicated, but it's not an option for the city to not require that information.
Follow up.
And then Councilmember Romali.
My only follow-up then is, and again, in regard to this comment, would there be any space or ability reasonably then, and I don't know, maybe this already happens, to provide some sort of counseling, guidance, assistance in terms of filling out that paperwork, or is that already happening?
Ms. Wishnack.
Mayor and Councilmember Romali, I think there's two different hats the city's wearing. One is we're granting money through the federal government to the folks who are requesting it. The other is we're a regulator. And so depending on how much assistance the person needs, sometimes we refer them to another agency. Sometimes Homes Within Reach helps be the in-between advisor, I guess is the best way to describe them. But we can't give direct advice, and I think that's part of what probably Councilmember Coakley is talking about. As a regulator, we have to issue permits, we have to inspect the permit. We can't make recommendations on contractors, we can't tell people who to hire, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the intimidating part, because it's how do you get a hold of these contractors who can do this kind of work? Am I getting a good deal? Am I not getting a good deal? And we require multiple bids, but it is difficult, and sometimes you don't have very much response when you're asking for some of this. We all know that from our own projects. So I think there's a lot going on there, but there is this balancing that we have to do as a organization with the grant money, but also the regulatory agency. So there's a push and pull with that kind of duty.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council? I'll make a quick one. I was at a regional council of mayors meeting today, the executive committee meeting, and we received a grant from a large corporation that is targeted toward cities to help small cities, to help them with grant writing. Because there's money out there, there has been in recent years, but if you don't have the staff to write the grant, you don't get the money. And I'm wondering if there might be some space in a program where I said, okay, could we take some of our CDBG money and hire consultants to help people get through the process? The city's not doing it, and I don't know if that's allowed, but my thought is that I know the League of Minnesota Cities has a program like that to help smaller cities with grants. And would there be a pathway to direct some funding to help people with the paperwork? Because you use the term red tape. I was going to use the term red tape. It sounded like when Councilmember Coakley was talking about, she was talking about red tape. Is there anything we can do to simplify the process? And it might be opportunities for nonprofits too, but to find ways to help get people from point A to point B when opportunities like this are available. Ms. Wishnak.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important to remember that not all of our money flows through the federal government. So you have a lot of loan programs that don't have this extra processing, if you will. CEE, Center for Energy and Environment, is our loan dispensing agency. I do think there is good customer service and good advisory things that take place with that organization and homeowners. So if it's not, let me know. But most of the feedback that I hear, they have good services provided. But again, those aren't federal funds, those are funds coming from the city, HRA levy, etc. So a little bit different pot of money going to those loans.
Great, and my goal was not to problem solve it here tonight, although it might have sounded like that. But anyway, so any other comments or council motion? We can move on with this. Councilmember O'Malley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution approving the 2024 CAPER.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Coakley.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember O'Malley and a second by Councilmember Coakley. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. That takes us to other business. And the first item in other business is, and I'm looking at the clock here quickly. Does anybody need a break now, or would you like to continue? I just soon continue, but I want to offer the opportunity. So we're okay? All right, then we're going to continue. So item 14A is items relating to the 2025 operating budget and property tax levies. And Mr. Funk and Mr. Nelson, I believe you're going to tag team this one, so take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and to members of our public that are paying attention to our budget process. Tonight marks the culmination of a 9-month process to develop Minnetonka's 2025 budget. I first want to begin by thanking each of you, council, for your thoughtful discussion and guidance throughout this process. Your input has been invaluable in shaping the budget that reflects our priorities outlined in our recent strategic planning discussions dating back to this April. I also want to extend my gratitude to our department directors and staff whose dedication ensures that the budget not only aligns with our goals, but also supports the core services residents and businesses come to expect every day. This year, like any budget year, we all know it can be challenging, and this year presented also unique challenges. Mainly inflation has played a significant role, affecting both our costs and the economic landscape, not only for our city, but also for many in our community that navigate those challenges every day. Despite these pressures, the budget continues to deliver the same high-quality services Minnetonka is known for, from public safety to our infrastructure, our parks, natural resources, and beyond. As always, we've approached this process with a commitment to being careful stewards of the taxpayer dollars. I think we think about that almost on a daily basis, just how we are nimble and how we are careful for the dollars that we receive. This budget balances our responsibility to manage resources prudently with our commitment to invest in services and initiatives that make Minnetonka a great place to live, work, and play. So again, thank you for your collaboration, City Council, and to our staff. I look forward with Mr. Nelson in the coming minutes to provide you an overview. I know for many of you, you've seen this before many times over the last 9 months, but again, we're going to spend some time tonight going through a little more granular detail. Again, really making sure that the public understands what the budget and tax levy implications look like for 2025. I think, Mr. Nelson, thank you. Again, I just mentioned in my opening remarks that this has been a 9-month process, and I think, again, I say this because it's important to note just the amount of time and due diligence that not only staff and working with our council put into this process. This started back in March, where we do kick off the budget with our directors. And so our city council does hear from our 8 directors. Our directors come forward, present current challenges, innovations they're working on, looking ahead to 2025. And so really our directors give the council a full flavor. It's kind of quick, but it's certainly a full flavor of what is happening within the general fund. Then in May, that really kind of transcends into what we call our budget kickoff session. And so in that study session, we do spend some time talking about what are some goals for 2025, what are priorities, what are things that are important to the council. Staff also shares perspectives from our side of operations in terms of really starting to coalesce around what are those initiatives that we need to be thinking about in 2025. We then weave in the community survey, and part of that community survey gives all of us, staff and council, some real feedback from the community. And that feedback is essential because that survey is deep. We dive deep into roughly 160 questions. We get a sense for what's important to our residents, what's on their minds in terms of challenges, issues that might be surfacing, and that becomes part of making sure that we also identify with our community. We then move into our June timeframe, where we do put together our capital improvement plans. Those are extensive. Those are ginormous 3-ring binders, and I would say if there anyone again that's watching, you can find all of our budget material not only in tonight's presentation but online. We do have a very good data center within our city website that does have all the information that we're discussing here tonight. And so with that capital improvement planning process, again, directors and council work together on what are our 5-year capital improvement needs. I know I just want to highlight again, I think we've talked about this a couple times tonight, or at least it's come up a couple times tonight, that we are forward thinking. And part of that capital improvement process is to be forward thinking, looking at future infrastructure needs and making sure that we're planning for that in a diligent way. Then in August, we come together and really start diving into our operational side of the budget, again, where we as staff present goals that this council talked about at that May 13th study session. So we start outlining our expenditures for next year in August. That in a quick month turnaround, we look at then approving a preliminary levy. And so after that preliminary adoption in September, that information gets forwarded to Hennepin County, and then recently people see the potential impacts of that in their tax statements. And then here we are this evening after discussing in November more of our operational side of the utilities. So in November we did talk about utilities. That was part of our public hearing here earlier this evening. So that all kind of culminates right now on December 2nd with a final hearing and then adoption of the budget and levy, and we'll highlight what that action looks like here at the end. We did schedule December 23rd as an alternate approval date, so if there is something that comes out of tonight whereby the council wants to table this action and come back at a future date, we do have December 23rd scheduled for a regular council meeting if that action is required. A little bit then about communication and feedback. One of the things that we started doing, I think, more robustly in the last couple of years is really engaging our community in a deeper level. We often reference Minnetonka Matters. That is our engine for soliciting feedback. And so really starting last year and then again this year, we do solicit feedback. Council, you do have that in your report here this evening, so you do see those budget comments. So we actively try to engage our community soliciting feedback. As we all know, the budget is difficult. There's a lot of different budget pressures, and we certainly welcome that feedback. And I can tell you that from my perspective and that of Mr. Nelson, we read those comments as well as we, again, pull together the budget, really trying to balance a lot of different competing interests in this process. As noted on the slide, people do get engaged. There were 550 site visits to Minnetonka Matters, so that tells me that while we have over 50,000 residents in the community, you've heard also from our communications manager that we start getting over hundreds of looks and views on our website. That really becomes engaging. And so we did have 550 visits to our site who have looked at the budget, and we do have 17 comments that are again presented in tonight's budget report. We do have then, I think the last bullet on that slide mentions that we do have opportunity for the public to provide feedback this evening, and Mayor Worsham will facilitate that process here shortly. The next slide just gives you a couple examples of our communications team and the work that they do in presenting the budget. And so we do put that out on Minnetonka Matters, as I've mentioned. We use our Facebook feed and other communication channels and social media channels to really drive our residents, because residents receive information differently and through different media channels. So we do try to cast that broader net and ensuring that residents do see that we're soliciting feedback. Turning our attention then just to now, I think why we're all here, and that is to really learn and understand a little bit more about property taxes. I'll start with the center of this graph, and this really kind of illustrates where taxes really go in the community. There are three main, I'll call them buckets, three main buckets where property taxes are used to fund one, city operations. Operations is the largest component of our budget. That is reflected in the pie graph to the left. 78% of our tax levy does go to operations. The second component of the property tax levy is for capital improvement. I touched on that here a few minutes ago with our capital improvement plan. As we look at capital equipment purchases and investments in our infrastructure, our property taxes make up about 18% of the proposed tax levy. And then the last piece is the smallest sliver of that pie, which is indicated by the yellow sliver. That is 4%, and that represents debt. So again, in summarizing my comments, when you think of property taxes, as I think as staff explains property taxes to our residents, again, three components make up property taxes: operations, capital, and debt. Moving to then the right-hand side of that graph, this is the proposed 2025 property tax levy. That is 7.23%. Below that, we list out how that's broken down a little bit further. Again, first I would just mention that in my opening comments, a majority of our budget is really reflective of inflation and really continuing our current level of services in the community. General fund operations is 4.98% of that 7.23%. That really, again, it takes into consideration our compensation and benefits for employees. Staffing represents approximately 75% of our budget. So as we look at inflationary costs, we look at the costs of employee compensation, benefits, workers' compensation. That really is a driving force behind that 4.98%. Mr. Nelson, in the coming slides, will break this down further for you, but just know from a high level that really our inflationary is the major piece of it. And then the second component is 2.25% for our investment in the public safety master plan and implementation of that plan. Last year, this year in 2024 was the first year of our implementation schedule. Going to 2025 is the second year of our implementation schedule. And again, that 2.25% represents the investment in public safety. Once again, Mr. Nelson will cover what's in the budget and really what makes up that piece of that pie. Next slide, please. So what this graph illustrates is a look back. So this dates back to 2016. Nothing magical about going back to 2016 other than it's about a 10-year look back. Again, this is the three components of the tax levy. And those colors represent those three components of the tax levy that was described. The lowest, I shouldn't say the lowest, but the color on the bottom is blue. That represents capital improvements and the investments that the tax levy has been invested in capital improvement projects since 2016. The orange part of that bar graph represents operations, and you'll notice that has had the largest growth in our tax levy over the years. Generally speaking, our CIP has been remained relatively flat as you look at our investments in capital improvements. And then that gray shaded area represents the principal and interest payments required for existing debt service in the general fund. Next slide, please. So then again, what this graph represents is a look back at property tax levies and then takes a look forward at our potential upcoming tax levies in the coming years. I have another page here that will reflect this a little deeper. So going back to 2021, our levy increase was 3.51%. In 2022, 5.59%. And you can see that it has escalated. And then in 23, it's 6.74. And then as we get into the public safety master plan is really the real driver between 2024 and 2027. So as we look to make those investments in public safety, those are the real drivers in those coming years. Certainly, we are concerned about that as staff. I know you are as a council as we look at future year tax levies and the work that we can do to try to minimize those impacts. Again, those are estimates today, and as we approach every budget year, those are subject always to change. But again, I think as we look forward thinking and look at future years, really trying to manage this out going out to 2029. You do see in 2029 that pressure on the tax levy being reduced, and that is when the public safety master plan investment is complete. But I know we're going to have further conversations as we look forward to some of, not looking forward to the challenges, but as we look forward to addressing those challenges for other future capital improvement projects in the coming years. This is a lot of numbers on this graph. I know folks at home probably won't be able to read it. You won't be able to read it, but council, you've seen this before. This is our financial management plan. So FMP is the acronym. I spoke to us being forward thinking. And so a lot of credit to Mr. Nelson and our finance team as we look at forecasting out through 2029 what potential levy impacts look like. And that is really illustrated on that previous slide that you were shown. Is really what we do as a staff is look at operations, those three components as I mentioned, operations. We make assumptions about operations in the next 5 years. We look at potential debt service, and we also look at our 5-year CIP. And we start plugging in different assumptions and different projections to really try to estimate out what our potential tax levy looks like in those future years. This is just the second page of that. And then at this point, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson is going to dive a little deeper into the details. I'll add some comments along the way, but again, want to say thank you to our council and to our staff for getting to us to this point. And with that, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. Moving on a little bit here into a little bit more detail of the budget. So looking here at this pie chart, this is of the general fund. And so this is the functions of the general fund. And so we have those key function areas. So public safety, streets, utilities, recreation, parks, environment, et cetera, development, general government, and such. And as you can see, public safety is our biggest portion of the general fund. And it follows closely with streets and utilities. And if we look at this, this is just the general fund piece of this. If we look at this citywide, streets and utilities and public safety then becomes about 3/4 or about 2/3 to 3/4 of our total expenditures across the city as our expenditures are in place on that end of it. But as the general fund stating, this piece of it, this is really driven by property taxes pay for majority of these services within this chart area. So as Mr. Funk mentioned, I'm going to break down that levy increase of that 7.23% a little bit deeper. And as he mentioned, a lot of it is related to inflationary pressures related to employees and wages and benefits. But there are also other parts to that levy increase as well too. And so if we look at the second to the top line there's an ARPA levy reinstatement. And so that was some federal dollars that we received back in 2022, 2023 timeframe, along with some CARES funding prior to that point in time. But what those ARPA funds did was allow us to reduce the levy by about $1.5 million over that 2022 to 2024 timeframe. And so we reduced the levy by $1 million in 22, $250,000 in 23, and then again $250,000 in 24. However, to maintain that same service level, we realized those savings in those prior years, but now to maintain those same service levels moving forward, we need to basically re-levy those dollars back. And so we have $250,000 or 0.5% of our levy increases dedicated to kind of reinstating that those dollars that we had received in prior years. And then you can see that staffing, COLA market increases, health insurance, workers' compensation increased quite a bit this year as well too. We saw some increases in not only like the state rates for increases to workers' compensation, but our experience rating also increased slightly. We still have a really good experience rating. We just don't have a really, really good experience rating anymore. So, and then we have a new position within the general fund as well too, with the new DEI specialist position that adds about a 0.2% to the just under 5% levy increase for the general fund. And so that's the 4.98% breakdown. Adding to that is the public safety investment. And so 2025 will be the second year of our planned 5-year implementation timeframe to implement that plan. And so The plan is to add about 2 to 2.25% increase to the levy for the next 4 years, including 2025. And so that's that 2.25% you see on the chart here, which equates to about $1.1 million. We do not have any community facility improvements. We were looking at some community facility improvement bonding dollars earlier in the year. We have now postponed that and are looking to try to figure that out in future years at this point in time. So there's no levy increase attributed to any of that. That brings us to a total city levy of 7.23%, or about $55 million on that end of it. And we do have an HRA levy as well too, and that is staying flat at $300,000 for 2025 is what is proposed. And so that brings our total impact across the city down to, brings a 7.23% down to about 7.19% is what the true feels like component will be for the city levies. And here's just a summary of our governmental funds. And so this is the general fund, which is the biggest portion, the special revenue funds, which include the ice arena, cable television fund, our capital project funds, which are our street improvement fund, our capital replacement fund, technology, all of those, our trail expansion fund, all of those types of funds are in here as well too, along with our debt service. And so you can see our total expenditures across those governmental type funds, which are supported mainly by property taxes, is the main revenue driver there for those, is about $89 million for those fund categories. And you can see that in the general fund column, I wanted to point out that there is a transfer out of $1,076,500. $900,000 of that is attributed to our reserves within our general fund that we transfer over to our capital project funds to help with future projects. And so we had a healthy fund balance at the end of 2023. And we have a council policy that stipulates that we can transfer some of that excess fund balance over to the capital project funds for basically one-time purchases, not for ongoing needs, but for more one-time purchases. And so we've had a strong history of being able to do that over the last decade or so on that end of it. And so for 2025, we are transferring $900,000 of our fund balance within our general fund over to the capital project funds, which amounts to about a 1.5% or 1.75% probably levy increase if we didn't have those funds available for us. So that is a nicety for 2025. However, for 2026 and beyond, those transfers are no longer there, and so we will have to be more creative on the capital improvement plan on that moving forward. So, and here's just a chart of those capital transfers that have gone out over time, and you can see that they've have been very substantial in the past and helped really reduce our tax levy in prior years on that end of it, and now in 2024, 2025, they're kind of tailing off on that end of it, and that's kind of what our projection in the financial management plan has, those tailing off to basically zero after 2026. 2026 will have projections for about a $500,000 transfer or so, but after that, we don't necessarily have any at this point in time. That can be dependent upon how the end of the year, fiscal year ends up as well, though, too. So we may have something that shows up down the road that we don't necessarily know about today at this point in time. So what's in the budget? We have a lot with the public safety master plan, so we are requesting 10 public safety related positions funded through the general fund, and so 9 of those are related to firefighters that we're requesting, and then we're requesting 1 detective as well too within the public safety, police and fire areas. And then we have not directly related to public safety master plan, but the police department is proposing the creation of a public information officer to address increasing communication demands and enhancing recruitment efforts. And so that position, it would be temporarily funded in 2025 by the vacant positions within the police department. Right now there are a number of vacant patrol positions that are we're wanting to fill, but there is a limited pool of candidates out there, of qualified candidates that we're looking to hire, and this position would then help us attract and recruit and help us again with the communication of the police department as well too. Then in 2026 we'll look at funding that position back out of probably administration, and then restoring that funding for that patrol position. So this doesn't necessarily reduce any efforts or patrolling or police department and efforts on that end of it. It just helps actually helps us with the promotion of those positions and help fill those more quickly than if we did not have this position. We are also looking at a couple other positions. We have the DEI specialist position, as I mentioned earlier, and that will be funded through the general fund. That's to help us with our increased needs that we're seeing internally and externally for our DEI program. And then we have 3 non-general fund position requests as well too. And one of those is a public service worker within our utilities area. So that will help with, we're currently doing a meter changeout program for the next 4 or 5 years. That position will help specifically with that, along with our enhanced needs within our water and sewer utilities as well too. And then we have, 2 other positions, a program and event coordinator at the Marsh, which would be to handle increasing number of rentals and special event requests. This position was recommended by the community facilities study and would be funded through the Marsh and not through the general fund or property taxes on that end of it. And then finally, there would be a request for a senior fitness coordinator, this is a shared position between the Marsh and the Wilson Center. Right now, there is one position that does kind of both jobs on this end of it. We are seeing a strong demand in need for fitness programming and health and wellness programming, and so this position would help offset some of those needs that we're seeing there and that end of it. And again, this position would be funded through the Wilson Center and the Marsh and not through property taxes. Other items that are in the budget, it's the second year of our non-union class and compensation study implementation, and so we instituted this last year. This was to get all of our non-union employees into grades and steps. We were not necessarily in that same category in previous years, and so that made it difficult when we were doing reporting to the state for compliance emphasis on that end of it, and then along with making sure that our staff are fairly compensated and are competitive in the market. And then we talk about a little bit about workers' compensation insurance. We talked about that in the previous slide there as well too. There again, it's amounting to about $200,000 increase in our premiums across the city for this year. And then we have some items that are non-personnel related as well too. Obviously, our general fund budget is highly related to personnel, as Mr. Funkman mentioned, but we do have other items in the budget that are not necessarily related to that. So we're seeing a big increase in software subscriptions. Everything is moving away from having something that you have on site, on premises, and moving to a software subscription, and with that comes increased costs. So we have $100,000 budgeted for that. We have $100,000 budgeted for electricity costs due to Excel Energy and the PUC changing their reimbursement factor for community solar gardens. So there was a change in that calculation formula, and that will now cause an increase to us on the city side of that. We have $100,000 in the budget for city zoning, the rewrite of the zoning project, which you'll be hearing more about later tonight, and then some $40,000 for replacement of the permitting software applications. So we do have adds in the budget, but we also do have reductions in the budget as well too. So one big benefit for next year in 2025 will be the sharing of the state aid fire aid. The Minnetonka Fire Relief Association and the City Council agreed to split the fire aid coming in 2025. That was done in the conjunction that the fire relief move up to the $15,000 max on their pension piece of that. And so the pension is, the fire relief is a separate nonprofit, or basically separate from the city, and they have a pension that state dollars go into, and so that they pay their pension for their paid on-call firefighters. And so that pension now is at the state max, and so they don't necessarily have a need for some of their state fire aid at this point in time, and so they have agreed to split that fire aid moving forward for the next 2 years. And so that brings in about $260,000 into the city for 2025 and 2026. So that's definitely beneficial on our end of it, and we appreciate the cooperation with the fire relief on that. And then we did have initially in our early estimates on the budget, we had planned that the Marsh would need about $250,000 to make it through 2025 operations. And so we had planned that in our pro forma that we had X amount of dollars for 2 years of operations to get through. We didn't know if we would be able to get through that, and now we do not. Projections are is that we're not going to need that operating subsidy, and so the Marsh will be able to stand on its own based off of the initial operating subsidy that it initially had with the purchase that we had initially set up. So no other dollars at this point in time are needed to this point. Then we have some other savings related to our finance system implementation and our HR system implementation project. We are halting that project, and so there are some increased costs with the new system, and so we're reverting back to the old system at this point, and so we will have some future savings related to that for the near future anyway. And then lastly, with some savings related to fuel savings, mostly related to the more efficient vehicles, and then being able to have our public safety garage as well too, or being able to house vehicles inside and not having them run outside when they're not in use on that end of it. And then lastly, just kind of an accounting issue with the $50,000 in salt inventory is just kind of managing and understanding that inventory at year end a little bit better than we have in the past on both the finance side and public works side on that end of it. So. Then, as Mr. Funk also mentioned, we have that little bit of relief in 2029 that we saw on the levy projection, and we're hoping for that as well too. But we do have big items that are still on the horizon that we need to be cognizant of, and are looking for funding sources outside of the tax levy or in conjunction with the tax levy as well too. So, upon hiring additional firefighters and moving to kind of a 24/7 model, we are going to have a need for remodeling of some of our fire stations as well too, outside of our main fire station here located on city campus. And then the Opus Park improvements with the light rail starting in 2027, we are looking to do some park improvements in that area for the residents in that area. And then I would say, as we talked about with the utility rates and such like that, we always have street and utility infrastructure needs on that end of it. Those projects aren't getting any cheaper, and so making sure that we are planning and being cognizant of those as well too. And then lastly, as I mentioned previously, as well as the community facility improvements, is that we delayed that project. Sounded like there was council support for that in the future, but we got to figure out how and when that all fits together moving forward. So looking at a homeowner impacts of that 7.23% levy increase. First of all, I guess I can show you a little bit of the homeowner impacts across the different sectors of housing. Our single household residential, the growth in that saw about 1.5% increase for taxes payable in 25. That was pretty consistent after coming down from previous years where we had large increases. I think the year before, the prior year, we had a 15% increase in values. So values are staying pretty stable at this point in time. The one area that we are seeing that we are keeping a close eye on is the commercial industrial area. The commercial area here increased 0.4%, and that's for taxes payable 25. We do expect that to probably stay in that area, if not drop down a little bit more for 2020 taxes payable 2026 and beyond on that end of it, as that larger commercial facilities try to figure out how to fill those facilities and what their use is going forward into the future on that end of it. On the bright end, our apartment sector has increased, and we've added apartments across the city the last several years on that end of it. That additional tax base does help spread the tax burden across all the taxpayers across the city as well too. So looking at a median valued home that's valued at about $502,000, that home owner should see a tax increase of about $148 or 8.6%. And then if you kind of take the 25th percentile and 75th percentile, those homes, the 25th percentile is about $416,000, and that home will see an increase of about $94. And then the higher valued home, the 75th percentile, would be about $201 increase. And there's a little bit of change there this year for taxes payable in 25. The homestead market value credit was revamped by the legislature last year, the year before, for taxes payable now in 2025, and so that increased the exclusion amount for homes valued now at like $500,000 and lower, and so there's an exclusion amount there, and so those homes that are at that value and lower will see a little bit of a reprieve from taxes because they have a little bit less taxable value compared to what they would have under the old system before the increases were implemented there. And here's just our property classification trends. And here again, this is kind of a condensed version of that previous slide where it shows kind of the residential, commercial, industrial, and then the apartment piece of that. Residential is almost two-thirds, 60% of our property value across the city. And then commercial residential is about 26%. Commercial and industrial does pay a higher tax rate than residential, and so it's obviously beneficial to have the commercial industrial properties in your city from a residential standpoint. But there again, as we see that commercial property value being fairly stagnant, what we would expect to see in 2025, 2026 is that that shift, that residential property values will probably take on a greater burden of that tax liability moving forward for the next few years. It does always go in waves, so it kind of ebbs and flows as time permits, but we'll have to see how the commercial market gets through this kind of phase that they're in at this point in time. And I should mention property tax rebates. Their state of Minnesota does offer property tax refund programs out there, so some are income qualified, some are not, so it all depends on that information. So we usually promote this. These are usually due August-ish, I believe, is when you have to be in with the state, but always a good reminder, like when you're doing your income taxes, to make sure that your tax preparer has these in mind as well too, and make sure that you take full advantage of these programs if they are applicable. And here compares the preliminary tax increases across our comparable cities. You can see the vast range of where everybody is at. It should be noted that just take it with a little bit of note that each city is unique. Each city has different circumstances. They may be doing something differently. They may have a bonding program coming on. They may have debt falling off. But it is always just an interest to kind of see where everybody is at on our comparable cities. And you can see we kind of broke ours out. And again, we don't necessarily know where everybody else is at, but ours is the 4.98% is kind of the general operations, and the 2.25% is related specifically to public safety master plan. So that brings us kind of in the bottom third of that. And if we didn't have the public safety master plan, we'd be in a little bit different sector of this as well too. But then again, we wouldn't have that public safety master plan implementation going as well. So. And then just quickly look at the HRA levy, and you'll look at this as the EDA later tonight as well too. This is staying flat at $300,000 for 2025. And then the allocation of that is related to the Southwest Light Rail of $75,000. I believe we have 2025, it might be the last year of this payment. And so those funds can get redirected in 2026. And then homes within reach, pathways, and then our housing loan programs account for the remainder part of that as well. And so with that, our recommendation is to receive public comment on the proposed budget and levies, and then to adopt the attached resolutions. I'll turn it over to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Nelson, and thank you, Mr. Funk, for your both your reports. I will ask the council if they have any questions, although I know we've seen this a few times, but as a courtesy to the council, are there any questions for staff? Councilmember Wilburn.
I have a few questions. The first ones should be simple. So on the condos portion, like the negative percentage, is that just because there have been no new condos built in the last 10 plus years? Is that why their percentage is down on the levy?
Mayor, Councilmember Wilburn, yes, that's basically it. We saw just basically a small decrease in the condo market as a whole. So it's all market driven. So we look at sales, and that's kind of where the condo market was headed at that point.
So no new construction in condos?
No new construction in condos.
Okay. And then my second question is about the new positions, specifically the public safety 10 positions. So could you go into a little bit more how you budgeted, since I know like we're not going to have 10 new hires on January 1st. So like how is that addressed in the budget?
Yep. Mayor, Councilmember Wilburn, great question on that end of it. I did not cover that. Those firefighters are going to be mid-year hires, and so we'll hire those July 1st is the plan on that end of it. We did that for this year as well, 2024, when we hired three firefighters. We did those as mid-year hires as well too. And so those, nice thing about those mid-year hires, they only cost you half as much the first year, but they cost you again the next year as well too. And so we had the budget in 2025 for the full year of the 2024 firefighters. And so that's kind of been our plan. It almost makes it more practical from the time the budget is approved by council. Doesn't mean that we're going to be able to get 9 firefighters hired by January 1st. So let's go through the process, our due diligence and timing, and to make it right and come on board July 1. So that is the plan. Great question.
Very good. Any others? Councilor Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. So we, in our package, there were some tables, some comparative tables, and we're actually sort of towards the bottom of our comparable cities in terms of percentage of levy increase. And I know I talked to Mr. Funk earlier today about why Plymouth, for instance, only has a 5.2, and there actually is a reason. We won't have time to get into the nitty-gritty, but I was just wondering if you could describe a little bit. It's always very complicated, and there's a lot more to it, and there are a lot of cities in this comparative chart, but if you could just, Plymouth is right next door, and why just 5.2?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Calvert. So I'm just going to repeat this because I think it's worth repeating, and that is on this graph, it illustrates our comparable cities. And we do this not to justify what we do, but to give, I think, to put it into context and to understand other data points from what other cities are struggling with too. Because I talk to colleagues, and I know Mr. Nelson talks to his finance colleagues in other cities, and as noted earlier in my opening comments, it's been, with our current economy, it's been harder with inflation. I think that's really illustrative of this graph. I don't know that either one of us could probably speak to every city's reasoning for where they're landing. I think Mr. Nelson touched on that. I can say, though, again, when you look at Minnetonka, that 4.98%, if it were not for our investments in public safety, we would be at the bottom of that list. But we are making conscious efforts in investing into our public safety personnel and implementing our public safety master plan for providing better services and creating higher standards for our responses in our public safety arenas. That being said, I think for this, I can't speak deeply to every city, but I think for one example with the city of Plymouth, and I think I've shared this with many of our council, there's been a changing assessing services. And so the way that the county bills for assessing services have changed. The city of Plymouth, unlike Minnetonka, does not have assessing services. And so they were paying for a contract with Hennepin County for assessing services. The county has made a decision to not charge 34 cities in Hennepin County for those services, and I think as a result, the city of Plymouth was able to lower their levy. My understanding is that the city of Plymouth saved a $1 million expenditure that normally was coming from Hennepin County. So I think that's just a real specific example for the city of Plymouth, and then I'm not sure I could speak deeply into other cities. And I don't know if Mr. Nelson has anything to add to that.
No, I'm good. Other questions? Councilmember O'Malley?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I've been grappling with this over the weekend and throughout the course of the year, so I've gained a great appreciation for all the complexities that go into budget calculations. I did get questions from a couple of people, so I was wondering, we're talking about if maybe we can explain a little bit for some residents that when we talk about a 7.1923 increase, that's in the overall levy amount, correct? And that doesn't necessarily reflect what each of us as an individual property taxpayer will pay. And so there's kind of a formula, there's kind of factors involved, and maybe you can confirm or correct. It's based on the estimated market value of your property, of each of our properties, and then the classification, like whether we're a residential, whether we happen to be lakeshore, whether we're commercial, homestead. That's another factor that goes into that. And then thirdly, like Minnetonka is but one taxing jurisdiction entity that is affecting our tax bills. And in fact, the city only gets 30% approximately of our Hennepin County property tax bill. There is, the regional parks, there's Hennepin County itself, there's watershed districts, schools, yeah, obviously all these other things. And so it's kind of that part of the equation, if you will, when we say home value classification times this complex formula that takes into account all the taxing jurisdictions. That's what we will end up with on our individual property taxes. Am I understanding that correctly and presenting that correctly? Is there anything I got wrong there? Just trying to help some others who basically had questions about this issue, that why does it say 7.23 is proposed, but mine is going up 8%. My Hennepin County bill is what I got in the mail. Can you just quickly address that? Correct me if I got anything wrong there.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Rameli, great question, and I think this would be one for a whiteboard exercise, where we can pull up the whiteboard with lots of markers on it. Tax law in Minnesota is very complicated, and you touched on all the factors that make it complicated. Maybe I'll say it this way first, and again, Mr. Nelson can chime in. If all things were equal, all things being equal, everyone's property taxes would go up 7.23%. What I mean by if all things were equal, meaning if every house and every piece of property's value went up 7.3%, the city's tax levy going up 7.23%, there would be no changes in the, if Mr. Nelson, I'm gonna flip back here. If there are no changes to this graph, all things being equal, homeowners would see and experience a 7.23% increase. But all things aren't considered equal. And so to the point you're making, Councilmember Rameli, if a particular home, let's say there's a home improvement project, perhaps last year, and a homeowner spends X amount of dollars on a home improvement project, their value is going to likely go up. And so depending on that home's value, if it increases substantially to a project or a market condition, it gets reassessed, someone could end up with a double-digit type increase. And I think I've heard from folks that have gotten that, and perhaps you have as well. Conversely, if you have a property where your value perhaps didn't increase by 7.23%, if your value on your property stayed relatively flat, you perhaps will see less than a 7.23% property tax increase. It also, property tax increases, I think also you noted, Councilmember Rameli, on this chart, and what Mr. Nelson talked about, is shifts in varying property tax classes also impact that formula. And so very briefly, hopefully I went deep enough, and Mr. Nelson can add to that it's very complicated, and yes, all things are considered equal, and you factor in all these different considerations, people can experience anywhere from a flat percentage increase, perhaps even a decrease. And I think I've heard from a resident that's gotten actually a decrease in their property taxes, to someone that's had double-digit type increases. So it can fluctuate across the board, giving all these different variables.
Thank you.
Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I was reading the Minnetonka Matters budget comments in our packet, and one of the questions that a resident had to do with comparing, for instance, the levy increase to the consumer price index. And in my conversation with Mr. Funk, one of the things that I noted is that the kinds of inflationary pressures that cities have it's not an apples to apples CPI, it's not eggs and milk and gas. It might be gas, but the kind of consumer products that go into the CPI index may not really help us do an apples to apples with the budget. But I was just wondering if Mr. Funk or Mr. Nelson could address sort of the inflationary pressures and how a consumer price index comparison could help or sort of not in helping determine, what our residents can bear, for instance.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Calvert. Great question. The CPI is a tough one. Those numbers come out every month on that end of it, and there can be fluctuations from one month to the next. I think what cities are struggling with is that CPI was high a couple years ago, and we probably didn't we didn't capture what we needed to at that point in time, trying to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars and trying to get by with what we can. And those CPI prices, they were high back then, and they haven't gone down. They just have lower increases on top of them. And so I think a lot of cities are still playing catch up. And if you can see by a lot of those comparable cities, there are stories in those cities that there are new ads as well too. But I bet a lot of it is trying to catch up from a couple years ago as well. We had, like we talked about, the ARPA dollars in place as well too. I think that plays a factor into it, is that we had dollars available and we're able to keep levies a little bit lower at that point in time. But now I think we're trying to catch up and try to get back to where we're at. And if you look at the CPI back in 21, 22, it was higher than probably where our levy was at. And now it's come down, which is good. I mean, prices, I would say, if you talk to anybody, is that prices are still high, but even though the CPI is below 2 at the moment on that end of it, which...
I mean, gas, I can get gas for under $2.63 a gallon right now, which, you know...
Right, and that's one factor that goes in the CPI. There are many other factors that contribute to calculating the CPI in that end of it. So I would say that would be, we use it as a gauge. We always kind of look at both CPI and the municipal cost index as well too, but it doesn't go into all of our decision-making pieces of that, because we look at our strategic plan and what services we need to offer as well too. So.
And then I had one more question, and it's not related to that, so thank you, Mr. Nelson. Another resident was remarking that there was some overlap, say, in our natural resources staff and with forestry and public works, and I just wanted, my understanding is that forestry is within natural resources, which is within public works, and so there's not really overlap. It's that people have different roles and they all are working as fast as they can, and that if we cut a position, which sounds like that's sort of what they were hoping we could do, it would reduce services. Am I understanding?
Yeah, Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Calvert. I don't know if there was I'll answer the first part, and then maybe if I don't answer the first part, let me know and I'll do my best on the second part. When you look at our organizational structure, again, our council knows this, but I think for educating the public especially, when we talk about our general fund, there are basically eight core departments. And within each department, in this example, as Councilmember Calvert pointed out, is Public Works. So Public Works is a department. And then within each department, there are divisions. And so we're a large enough organization where there's a department and then we have divisional type branches, if you will. And so within Public Works, you have engineering as a division. You have streets as a division. You'll have utilities as a division. And in your example, Ms. Calvert, it is natural resources. And then within natural resources division, there are kind of branches within each division, and where you'll have forestry is one of those. Inspections is another one of those. And so it's all kind of embedded in our structure of within each department.
All right, I'm gonna move on.
Okay.
Let's see. I know we've got people in the audience who want to make comments, and so I'm going to create that opportunity. If you have comments on the budget, please come forward, state your name and address, and we're interested in hearing what you have to say. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. Dave Paulson, 16929 Creek Ridge Place, and a 42-year resident in Minnetonka. And I took the mayor's advice and put my data in writing. Can I hand this out to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
You just
Yeah, we'll pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, first I want to introduce myself a little bit. I'm the scold on social media who's always telling people you got to pay your taxes because you get services for. You live in a good city, you live in a city that's run really well. And I want to just stipulate that I'm not up here complaining about any individual part of the city's management at all. But I have a basic question, and I guess the way to phrase it is with some of this data. So the producer's price index has increased at an average rate of 2% over the last 20 years. Since I moved into my present house, and by the way, it's very close to the median value. Since I moved into there in 1993, inflation is up, CPI is up 118%. Important, my county taxes are up 122%, close to inflation. My city taxes are up 273%, which is, as a rate of increase, 2.5 times either of those, and higher than the producer's price index. I don't know if there's a government, city government index to compare it to, because I haven't found that data. But my point is, over 30 years, this well-run city has really increased its budget a lot compared to the outside world. So I kind of have a question, and I looked for it in all of the city information and didn't find it, and that's why one of my comments, which apparently you read, is a little sharp in, where is this information? And it's kind of, the question gets down to what is the standard and what method does the city look at when they ask themselves, can our budget keep growing at the rate it's growing? So over 30 years, it's grown a lot. Everybody's going to make an individual complaint. I've been trying to mine information out from the presentation tonight, and I spent a lot of time looking online. I didn't find that the city, that's part of the budgeting process. This is a slow-moving change, but it's inexorable, and you eventually cause pain. And I'm a guy who can probably afford this pain, but I think there's a lot of Minnetonka residents that can't. So the bigger question is, are you looking at the total cumulative aggregate growth and comparing that to the reality of what your tax base is? I don't know how else to say it. I've worked with a lot of bureaucracies, and bureaucracy is not a dirty word. It's what an organization is, right? And bureaucracies create a mindset of growth, and any individual department in the bureaucracy always has some good ideas, and they're always going to cost something. And they're on their own, they're going to be great. They're going to be worthwhile. But cumulatively, can you afford them all? The question I have is, what does the city do to ask that question in the big picture, glacier movement? And I've been watching it, and I have been upset with a few of the recent increases. My property value for the statement is up 4.5%. My city taxes are going to go up 13%. There's been no improvements on my house in 15 years. I don't want to complain about myself individually, but I just want to use it as a benchmark for this question. And so the question comes down to, and it's on that your handout there, what is that process? Where is it? And if it's defined, can I see it? And can you make some graphs that maybe show the producer's price index, the CPI, all of these other things that we measure the growth of cost of goods and services and the city's budget growth? Can we have that information if it exists? And if it doesn't exist, can you create it and put it in the process? Because I think you're stretching the capacity of your tax base. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. We're not going to answer those questions tonight, but I'll make a couple of quick comments because I appreciate your analysis. And you're asking some of the questions that I think we council members have asked too. I think some politician at the federal or state level talked about budgets being a moral document. And I'm not sure I agree with that per se, but they clearly show a city's priorities. And it's clear to me that our city has expanded its priorities, and we've done some things that, I think we collectively believe have had an impact on the quality of life in our community. But having said that, those things aren't free. But I do think there is a tipping point. There is a point where, you stretch the rubber band so far and you realize all of a sudden it doesn't have any more stretch. It's going to break. And so I think your questions are good ones, and I think we can work with staff to get you answers, not tonight, but on those questions. But I think you're raising the important issues. You get to a certain point and you have to say, okay, well, these are good things. There's good things, but there's a lot of good things that I'd like to, in my personal budget, that I'd like to afford. So anyway, we'll just leave it at that. I don't want to debate. I just want to.
I don't want to debate either. I just want to leave it. All of those things can be good, and it can be good in total, but it's still bumping up against the reality. And I just want to know, is that looked at? Is that examined? Not how good it is, not how much we've improved, but it.
And my view is it is examined. I think the fair follow-up question is it examined closely enough? Because I am very concerned, about the issues that you raised. So I'll leave it at that. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything.
I've got comments, but maybe
Yeah.
we'll get the
Okay.
rest of them.
Let's do that. Is there anyone else? Okay. We'll take more comments. So thank you, Mr. Paulson. Please come forward and state your name and address and let us know what you have to say.
Again, my name's Scott Smith. I reside at 17601 Susan Drive, and as I said before, I'm a long-term 33-year resident here in Minnetonka. And let me be the first to say I very much appreciate all the services and amenities that are provided by the city. In fact, I just came from the Williston Fitness Center prior to here from working out. But what prompted me, I've never been to a city council meeting before, and what prompted me to attend tonight was I was quite shocked when I was reading the proposed budget levy piece from City of Minnetonka, and a third of that budget is coming from the public the increase is coming from the public safety piece. I would understand it if it's coming from, most of that was police, but it's actually the fire, 9 additional bodies being added there. Not so many years ago, there was how many tens of millions of dollars spent on the Taj Mahal that's attached to this building, but yet the need is on the north side and on the south side of town and not in the central side of the city. But what I find incredulous is the need for 9 additional bodies for the fire department. I mean, we're talking about what, $1 million roughly in salary and benefits for that. My question is, and I don't know if the fire chief is here this evening. I see there's a couple representatives from the fire chief is here, but I see a couple representatives from the police department. But my question is the response rate unacceptable at this time for a fire?
I'm going to say yes.
I had a conversation, let me just preface this.
Okay.
I had a conversation with a full-time firefighter, a very long conversation with that person who's on staff full-time.
Mm-hmm.
And I was told they were getting it done with the existing resources. So, the second part of the question is, of that $1 million, how much is that going to, how much does that cost? What is the response time going to be reduced? It says significantly here, but I don't see any numbers.
Good point. I think that's a follow-up question too. But one of the challenges we're facing is that we've had a paid-on-call fire department. I think we've got 60 to 70 personnel signed up, but we have trouble filling shifts because we have trouble getting volunteers. And also the experience level, it typically takes a new paid-on-call firefighter 5 years to be fully functional. Well, it used to be that our average tenure for a firefighter was about 10 or more years. We're down to now, what is it? It's about close to 5 years.
4.5.
4.5 years. So essentially our average tenure of our firefighters is not even up to 100% sufficiency. because there's so much turnover. So the transition that we're making is going to a full-time fire department, not because we want to, but because we have to. And so, I mean, the response times are a significant issue. And fires double in size every minute. So response time is critical. And we're in the transition period where we're having to bring on more full-time firefighters. We're not firing any part-time firefighters, but we're still struggling. The overtime that we're spending money on because we can't fill shifts is significant. So we've got a sticky wicket. We've got a business model that fundamentally is not working, and we have a plan to transition. But during that plan, you get to kind of pay for things twice, because you not only have the full-time firefighters, you have the paid on-call firefighters. So it's a problem. We're trying to solve a problem. Mr. Funk, I don't know if I've covered it, probably not as well as you could have, but it's a complex, challenging issue for our fire department.
So is it the number of bodies, or where they're allocated to, or where they're dedicated to?
It's number of hours and availability.
Okay. But like I said, there's $1 million there, which is a third of that increase. That to me, isn't really necessary.
Yeah, well, and it's not all incremental, because if we had people filling those shifts, we wouldn't need all those bodies. But we don't have those shifts being filled. We're paying overtime. We're burning people out, and we don't have enough bodies to do the work that.
So the next part of that question, you mentioned about the tenures being shorter than the turnover.
Yep.
What is that high turnover being caused by, and should that be investigated to maintain those folks?
Well, it's largely societal values. Young people are not as inclined to do it the way it used to be done. If you were creating a new city and needed a fire department, good luck recruiting paid on-call firefighters. You would not have. You couldn't do it. So it's a complex question. I've scratched the surface, but we are grappling through a human resource challenge among our firefighters. And Mr. Funk, I don't know if you have anything else you'd like to add.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council, and Mr. Smith. A couple things I would add. Mayor, you described it well. I would point you to our website for a couple reasons. One, we completed a public safety master plan. I say we, the city, completed a public safety master plan a little over 2 years ago, where we brought in a consultant to really do a deep dive analysis on police and fire operations for a couple reasons. Mainly, as a city, public service, as you saw earlier, is the major component of our budget. And so what we want to do as an organization is really look long-term to make sure we're positioning ourselves well into the future for how emergency management services are being delivered, because that's shifted over time as well. Just the modeling and how public we as a city respond to public service demands. Public safety service demands. So whether it's responding to fire calls, to 911 emergency calls where it's more health related. Again, we could spend a great deal of time going into that, but what I want to really point out to you is on our website, there is our public safety master plan. It's a very detailed report that dives into great analysis regarding response times. It looks at staffing, our equipment, our fire stations, response times to different fire stations throughout the community. So it's a really collective review of how we do our service today. And then again, I use the word positioning, how we as a city will position ourselves for the long-term sustainability. What we're seeing in Minnetonka is what other cities are grappling with as well. Many cities are going to that full-time fire service model. Eden Prairie just completed a study that we just did 2 years ago. They're going to be transitioning to a full-time fire department. The city of Plymouth has transitioned to a full-time fire department. And I could list all the metro cities that are in this kind of conundrum of what the mayor described. And I think the other thing I'd leave you with is certainly I would recommend you reach out to our fire chief. Kevin Fox is his name, and certainly he can provide you greater detail regarding all the information that's contained in that study.
Okay, thank you. But my biggest question was, are the response times unacceptable, and what's the cost of that incremental few seconds?
Yeah, well, and it depends on whose house is on fire. But Mr. Smith, your questions are good ones, and they're very similar to, I think, that some that we've asked as well, because we are concerned about it. But thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment? Good evening again.
Yeah, I'm Pete Wagner at 5510 Mahoney.
Greetings.
Thank you for everything you do. I know I might come across a little harsh.
Well, you haven't yet, but keep going.
I probably have. Yeah, I can piss people off. I've been known to do that. I am like a lot of guys here. I got my tax statement and I was like, wow, isn't that great? My property, I've only lived here now for a year. I sold the house in Edina and moved out to Minnetonka. I like it out here. I can handle the tax.
You made a good choice.
Yeah. I can handle your tax increase, but there's people that probably can't. And I think that's been echoed pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And in my observation here is everybody here agrees. They just agree with, I don't see a lot of pushback. And there always has to be some pushback. I help my brothers with running a restaurant. And if we're not watching the bottom line, we'll go out of business. And I think if there's a problem here with revenue, you can always increase the tax levels. You can always ask for more. I love it. A 15% increase on my property, I don't think is real in 1 year. But hey, you increased my property values by 15%. My taxes just for the county went up by 22%. And that's fine. I have the revenue to do that. There's not a lot of people that do. Speaking of the people that need help around here, I say it's got to be attraction. They got to find those resources. I know of a lot of people that would love these grants. They'd love to do that. They throw their hands up. They're not the type of people that can do this. And we got to represent all the people here in this city, in this county. And I as always have to watch the dollar with a restaurant. You know, they're tough to do. And it's up in Brooklyn Center, and it's hard to staff people. I understand staffing issues. I help my brothers with that all the time. I don't like helping them at all, but I have to. That is what the challenge is here for everybody here. But nowhere in here that I hear anyone say, hey, we're going to find some savings anywhere. In my business, I got to find savings somewhere else. When my food costs go up, I can't just go every day and jack up the price of food. We had our bread delivery last year. Our bread delivery was 3 times a week. The price of bread would change 3 times a week. And I can tell you it didn't go down right away. It's gone up. The cost that we see only go up. People here in this area, all they see is this price going up. We need to find a way to bring the price down. We have to be the managers of that purse. I mean, it's not a fun thing to do. It's not a fun thing to say. There are people out here in great needs. We can all talk about what the cost of living is right now. You know, everyone's got a different view on it. Nobody has seen a 15% increase in their wages, and if they did, God bless them. Nobody here can take a lot of these price increases, and maybe a lot of people here can. One thing I did notice, though, just listening here recently, is that people live here for a long time, 40-some years. I spent 20 years in the mountains in Colorado working for the ski industry, and I had to manage a lot of budgets, and I had to do a lot of not so fun things. I had to let people go. I had to reduce budgets, and when times were good, we got to increase things. Capital projects were fun things to do. I've managed a lot of those things. I've managed them both directions. When they're good, going up, and when they're bad, I got to bring them down. I don't see that happening here, and I get concerned about that because we are, in a way, competing with not only the residents that come to Minnetonka. We're going to be competing for the businesses that want to come to Minnetonka. If we've got a revenue problem, we got to find a way to bring businesses in here so that we can bring the sales revenues up so that you can get a better percentage of the pie. That's what I got to do for a restaurant. We got to be the reason. We got to keep the 5 stars going. We got to do what we got to do, right? The other observation is if you lived here for a long period of time and you have not been investing in your house, why is that? The fear of the cost of that tax value going up? That's the wrong reason. People are not. I bought a house up here. First thing I did is dump $12,000 into a fireplace so the place wouldn't burn down. You know, and I'm putting in patio doors. Yeah, am I going to see some increase? Yeah, that's fine. I protect my values. The house in Edina, when I bought that house because the senior people that were there couldn't afford to do the repairs. I did the repairs and some upgrades, and I ended up selling the house, moving here. I don't plan to move out of here. At least I hope my wife doesn't plan to move out of here. She's been known to do that. But when I went to sell that house up there, based on the tax values in Edina, based on the reality of what I could sell the house for, it didn't match up. I didn't sell it for the tax value. The tax value should be a lower estimate than the actual real value of the houses. The day I put it on the market, though, let's see, the interest rate went up, and then it went up 3 times before I could get an offer. Things are going to happen in life. I get that. But see, that's how it affects people. The economy changes fast around here. And it's going to change again. It's going to keep on changing. And I just wanted to get up here and voice this to you guys, because I don't normally do this. I don't come to these meetings. I'm not going to read your budgets. I'm done reading budgets. I am retired. There's a lot of people here probably going to age out. They're going to be seniors. They're going to want to retire. They're going to go do some fun things. Maybe travel if you've got some money left over. That's what it's about. Being comfortable living here, enjoying what you live in, but you got to be able to afford it. I'm on Social Security. I can tell you I can still afford to live here. But I have a fear, and I know of people that have been taxed out of their houses. They've lived there all their life. Social Security didn't keep up. Their income didn't keep up with their tax rates. And it does happen. Let's not let it happen here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wagner. Appreciate your comments. And welcome to Minnetonka. Is there anyone else who has comments on the budget? Last call. All right, I will close this part of the budget, and I will bring it back to my council members for action. And thank you very much for your comments. Anyone? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few comments. I want to say, as Mr. Funk outlined, this has been a long discussion, and I can assure you all 7 of us have pushed back on the budget throughout the year. There is a lot of discussion and a lot of analysis and a lot of things that we have not, we've asked staff to pull out of the budget. So that has been happening all year. I think the unfortunate part of this meeting is that, we've spent collectively, each of us have spent probably hundreds of hours on this to get to this point. So it's not without analysis, but it does feel rote. We have heard this presentation several times, and variations of it as we've asked for tweaks. We are all residents. We all pay taxes. We got the same notices that you got. It affects us in different ways, but it affects us in the same way, in that we see these tax increases as well, and we take them to heart. I will say the public safety issue, and particularly the fire issue, is one that we have also spent hundreds of hours talking about, and it really is a function of what the needs of and the values of society that have changed. In the 90s, you could work, my dad worked for a tenant company, and he worked with several folks who were volunteer firefighters in their community. They were allowed to leave work to go to an emergency call. That company doesn't allow their employees to do that anymore. My dad could not work at tenant company and be a volunteer or a paid on-call firefighter. It just doesn't exist. Hundreds of local companies around the metro made that same difficult change, but they made the change. So our values as society, for a whole host of reasons, have changed, and that has put pressure on the city to fill these gaps. And that's just one example. Another example of the pressures that the cities have faced and the change in say, the last 30 to 40 years is we rely on our public safety personnel to be healthcare personnel. We, as is noted by Mr. Paulson, and Mr. Paulson, I'm an attorney, and I do a lot of charts and graphs, and I do mine on Excel, but this is pretty darn good, so I will compliment you on that. you know, we are being called, as you can see here, he's got a note for the number of calls that the fire department takes. I'm on the wrong page. But since in 8 years, medical calls have increased over 100%, roughly 140% by my math in my head. That costs time, that costs money. And so to compare to the CPI, to this budget, I mean, it would be a sophisticated analysis too, because as population grows, et cetera, of course that's going to cost more. We're going to be, you know, whatever. You get the point. But just the cost for medical calls has driven our budget up in a way that the city is shouldering that burden. And we have accepted it as a council, and these are just a few examples. So I commend all three of you for coming tonight and sharing your frustrations, because I'm sure that mirror many folks in the community. We take this job very seriously, and I feel that this is a justified budget, and we have pushed it to the point, I think, as low as we can for this year, but we take this to heart going into our future budget years, and stay engaged. And you can come to our study sessions and hear the conversations very early on in the budget conversations to have a better understanding, and maybe have an opportunity to really give some input that that your years of experience, various years of experience, might help us consider different options looking at the 2026 budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Shack. Other comments? Councilmember Wilburn.
Yeah, sort of to echo what Councilmember Shack has said. So we first saw the budget back in March, and this is so like the reason it seems like there's not a lot of discussion or questions or pushback. We've seen it several times, and we've already asked the questions and done the pushback. The initial number they brought us was not 7.23%. It was 9 point. It was 2.5% higher or something. So, and I think every one of us looked at that number and said, we can't do that. What can we do to lower that number? And we found a way to lower that number. And I can't think of a single time where we've met to discuss the budget where people on fixed income wasn't brought up, that the cost of living is rising faster than benefits that seniors on fixed income are receiving. And I know almost every time I've talked to Mr. Funk about the budget, I'm asking, well, what are we doing to make sure people are aware of the services, the rebates, and the help that they can get on their taxes from the states? And I know that everyone else here is concerned about that as well. So it's not, and as Councilmember Shack said, we live here. The budget affects us, and we know that it affects our friends and neighbors. We all take this very seriously, and none of us want to spend frivolously. But again, the public safety issue, I've told this story a few times, where I live within walking distance of a fire station. Like, I could walk there in a couple of minutes, and I watched our neighbor's house almost burn to the ground and we were there when the fire started, called 911, and it was a volunteer station. By the time they got there, that house was almost gone. So and response times are creeping up, and it's a safety issue, so it has to be addressed, and it's not going to get cheaper if we wait any longer. We're stretching it out as much as we can because we can't afford to do it all at once, but it has to be done.
Other comments? Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate the comments. I understand the pain. I live in my childhood home, and so I know what's happened to taxes over the last 50 years. So, but I think we also spend to our values, and as Councilmember Shack said, society has changed, and there's, you know, just other costs that weren't there, everything from mental health to, you know, kind of climate-related concerns, doing to climate change mitigation that's coming, that's going to affect our children, our grandchildren, all these things that we have to plan for. So finding that balance is not easy, and I think we can, you know, we'll continue to kind of work on these issues. I did want to add one more thing to Councilmember Wilburn's excellent kind of discussion of fire. One of and the response in the public safety master plan is part of that master plan showed that fires now start much faster and complete much quicker than they used to 30 years ago. So you add that to our response times, which are lacking, partly because of the grid of Minnetonka streets. We have lots of cul-de-sacs, we don't have through streets and things like that. So that makes it harder and results in things like between the paid on-call, volunteer, whatever, firefighters, those things make it difficult. So there is a lot of balancing going on, but there's also a lot of work going on behind the scenes at each of these study sessions, as was indicated, where we're, you know, kind of going back and forth. What can we do? How can we cut this? Staff has done a lot to try to do, you know, some of the cuts that were mentioned earlier in the presentation. It's not just us pushing back. They're not like looking willy-nilly to raise taxes and the levies. They're doing the best that they can and looking for ways to save too. So I think, you know, I appreciate the comments, and I think we need to take those into account going forward. But I hope that, you know, there can be some faith in the good intentions and the good work and the things that are going on this end as well, just as we're listening and trying to absorb your comments and, you know, kind of take into account the views and perspectives of yourselves and also our friends and neighbors in the community, how we balance those with our values and our needs as a community to provide public safety and some of the other, you know, extras, small extras, but, you know, climate change action to help our future generations. You know, all of these things, our parks, our trees that make Minnetonka a special place to live, balancing the needs to, you know, kind of continue to have and improve those things with, you know, kind of trying to be realistic and mindful of capacity of our residents is a really important thing. So I appreciate your bringing it forward, and hope that you'll appreciate as well kind of where we're coming from, as well as we try to take all of this into consideration, and look forward to your participation in the process going forward.
Councilor Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor, and I really want to thank the residents for your, you know, very heartfelt and well-researched observations, and you know, as my fellow council members mentioned, you know, we really start in March in earnest. That's sort of the more formal, like, study sessions, but we are, almost everything we do affects the budget. So all year long, when we, you know, when we get master plans for our parks or public safety or whatever, it always comes with financial considerations that are part of our study that we have to sort of incorporate into our thinking. And not to beat a dead horse, but my husband's a retired wildland firefighter, and I'm very familiar with public safety as a general rule because he was also an emergency manager. And one of the things that's happening with our firefighters is we spend all this money and time to train them up, and they want to be firefighters. That's what they're trained to do. There's a very specific kind of person that wants to do that kind of work, and my husband's one of those people. And so they go to another agency or another city where they can be full-time firefighters. So then we start from scratch, paying for a brand new firefighter. So not only are we having trouble filling and paying overtime to the remaining people, but it costs so much more. As I do HR for my day job for the city of St. Paul, and it just costs more money to hire new people. So this is actually, It's not exactly a cost-saving measure, but it's just a necessary measure that actually will just make our staffing more stable in a crucial area. The other thing is we've spent a lot of time talking about inflation. And so just to pull out a few of the statistics that are in our materials, workers' compensation was supposed to go up 29% for our city this year. Something happened, $85,000 was, we ended up not having to pay it. It's still a 20% workers' comp increase. That's just workers' comp. And then there was a note saying that we expect health insurance costs to only go up 6.4%. We have to insure all of our full-time employees. And then we have the cost of, you know, the materials for all of our public works projects that we talk about help us keep our credit rating, help us keep our water flowing, help us keep our sewage going to the right place. And these are all real costs. $100,000 increase in what we have to pay for our community solar gardens that Xcel Energy has been slow walking their construction of. And I know that their CEO got a $9 million signing bonus and made a total of $21 million in the last year for total compensation. So our taxpayers have to pay for the $100,000 increase, but we're paying, you know, executives 151 times what their average employee makes at Xcel Energy. So the cost of inflation is real, and unfortunately cities aren't exempt from inflation. And a lot of what we've seen in our budget, about give or take 5% of it really is our salary costs and how much it costs to just, you know, keep things where they're at. So it's very painful. And I just moved my parents here from another state, and and they live here in Minnetonka, and so, you know, they're on a fixed income, and these things are real to me. So we all pay this, you know, we all pay our taxes to the city of Minnetonka, and when you raise taxes, we're raising it on ourselves as well. And so it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you. I just want to, you know, basically, we have done our homework. We are trying to push back, and there are a lot of things that we wish we could do, and we literally can't do everything.
Any other comments from council? Councilmember Foster Bolton.
If I say anything, I'll repeat my fellow colleagues, so I'm not gonna, I agree with everything, except that I do really encourage you to come, because I think we bring up the budget every single study session that we have. Every decision that we make, it's like, well, how is this going to affect the budget? Every single one. So this is, you know, that's all I'm going to say.
All right, Mr. Wagner, I'm gonna give you a chance. One quick comment, then I'll wrap it up here.
Congratulations. I got 7 grandchildren. It's a great thing when our kids get married and move on. I love it. And I told you I'd get under your skins because it sounds like you're a little defensive on what I said. I apologize.
No
But I
apologies are
think it needs to
necessary.
be said because there's people in my neighborhood, and I've just been here. I've been here a year, right? And this is what they talk about. Holy criminy sakes, this thing's more expensive, right? Even our taxes to live here.
Yep.
We want people to invest in Minnetonka, and we've got to find a way to help them do that.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And, you know, I'm gonna kind of wrap things up here quickly. You know, as you have identified, and we all believe Minnetonka is a great place to live. And I believe that despite our tax increases, and they have been, they're not insignificant. I think we have the data in front of us. People find our city to be a good value. But one of the things we talk about in our city is that, you know, public safety is job one, and I truly believe that. And when we say public safety is job one, we don't want most people to feel safe or the people who live in certain neighborhoods to feel safe. We want everybody to feel safe. Well, similarly, we don't want this to be a great place for some people who live in big houses or live on the lake to be a great place to live. We want it to be a great place for everyone who wants to live here to be a great place. So when you talk about your concerns about taxing people out of their homes and having our city become unaffordable for some people, I take that very personally because that very, very much concerns me. So we are mindful of this, and I think some of the points made here tonight are good. One of the things that we need to do is not just ask, what do we need, but what can we stop doing? Now, I don't want to act like that question doesn't get asked, because it does. There was a chart that Mr. Funk presented earlier this evening on, what things are we stopping doing. We look at that, but I mean, I do think that the charts and the information that Mr. Paulson provided indicate, yes, that there has been an acceleration of taxation in Minnetonka that's greater than the acceleration of taxation in Hennepin County as a whole. I mean, the numbers bear that out. And we have to be mindful of that. And we do have to say no to things, and we do. But the one thing I will say, and then I'll wrap it up, is that, people come to us a lot and say, well, we should run this like a business, and we should, I can't do this in my personal budget. And they're right, they can't. But the problem with cities is that we spend things, 70% of our expenditures are personnel. We just heard about how insurance costs have gone up. I mean, the consumer price index over the last 12 months went up 2.4%. And I looked at the producer price index, which is a month later in terms of the data that are available. It's gone up 2.4%. If we only had to buy the things that were in the producer price index and the consumer price index, our price increases would be lower. But our primary costs are personnel, and the costs associated with recruiting personnel, employing personnel, and insuring personnel. None of those look anything like the producer price index. And oh, by the way, those are the things that, that's where cities spend their money. So again, it's a complex issue. I don't want to sound defensive. I will say that the phone number that is shown by my name on the city website is my cell phone. Feel free to call me. If you'd like to meet for coffee and talk about this in greater, I don't want to take everybody's time tonight, but if you'd like to sit down and talk to me about the budget and what the city's doing right and what the city's doing wrong, that's my job. I will sit down with any of you any day of the week, and we can meet for a cup of coffee. We can meet in my office. We can meet at the Marsh. We can meet at Caribou Coffee. I'm happy to do it. Feel free to give me a call. So, this budget, I support it because I've been through it for a lot. We've all been through it a lot. And we vetted it. We pushed hard on staff. We can always push harder on staff, but we want to hang on to our staff too, because we think we've got a good staff. So, but you're asking the right questions. We continue to ask the right questions. And I still think, despite the challenges, that Minnetonka is a pretty good value. People like living here because it's a good place to live. And it's worth it, even though it's not as cheap as it used to be. So that's all I've got for now. So council members, Councilmember Shack, and thank you.
Mayor, I move approval of the resolutions associated with the 2025 budget.
All right, Councilmember Foster Bolton.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romali,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Okay, we're going to take a little break right now. We'll take about, let's see, 5 minutes. Thank you all for being here.
It's got to be really
turn my microphone on. We are at 14B, which is 5432 Roland Road Twin Home Project with Amani Construction. And Ms. Wishnack, still your turn.
It is my turn. Thank you. Mayor and council members, this is a project we've talked about quite a few times in our meetings, so hopefully I'll just kind of gloss over what's happening, and the people at home, hopefully they can catch up on what we've been doing over the last couple of years with this property that the city has owned. We own 2 parcels in this area. One is on Roland Road and one is on the back side, kind of facing 494. We're dealing with the Roland Road side tonight. In 2019, as early as that, the City Council continued to talk about additional affordable housing efforts that the city wanted to do on their own. The city also hosted an open house with the residents in this area, talking about what the city might be planning. And they did support, a smaller scale affordable housing project. We went on to do a lot of due diligence. If you don't know some of the behind the scenes things we did an environmental review, we did a survey. We also partnered with Better Futures, which is an organization who did the demolition and helped us figure out what could be saved. And we were so excited about the diversion back to a resale outlet that Better Futures operates. And if you haven't seen the video on that, I think I showed that at the housing meeting that we had. So here are all the times we've talked about this. It's been about 9 times that you've visited, or the EDAC has visited about it. And really, going back to EIPs or Economic Improvement Program documents, you always talked about this concept of doing affordable single family, and that's where this idea kind of generated from. And then you had a request for interest that you issued in May of 2023. And there were a series of meetings about rezoning and study sessions. You had some updates that were given to you over time. And eventually it culminated into a actual project. And that happened in this earlier this year. And in May, the EDAC actually looked at the contract that was being proposed. The affordability goal for this project is 80% AMI, and that would equal a maximum sales price of $290,300. That's in the 2024 numbers. So now when we switch to 25, that'll adjust again. So it just depends on when the house is sold, when each of the houses are sold. Maximum income for that price range is about $97,000. So hopefully that helps people understand the income needed for purchasing the home. The builder would construct the twin homes. Each unit would have 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, and the average square footage would be about 2,000 square feet. They would start construction sometime after December and complete it by the following year. The property does revert to the city if it falls into default, and there are lots of reasons it could fall into default. So that's all outlined in the contract. And also, the builder is constructing to a zero energy ready home specification. So if you wanted to read more about that, we provided a link in your packet that told you kind of what that means. On the demolition side and the entitlement side, the city already did the demolition and the deconstruction, the cleanup, so they're clean sites ready to go. The city did provide a phase 1 environmental, did the survey, and we also rezoned that property to R2, which allows the twin home to be built by permit. And then we also administratively readjusted the property lines so that it had enough acreage for each of the twin homes to meet the minimum requirements in the zoning code. Off to the side, I think I had 515. I think I saw Darren's slide said 505. So somewhere between 505 and 515 is the median home value in Minnetonka, and that's just for reference to show you the major difference that that gap we're trying to fill. In the purchase agreement and the development agreement that's in the packet, and that's more on the EDA side, but I'm just going to describe everything so I don't have to go through it later. So bear with me as I kind of go through the restrictive covenants and the contract. So the property has to be homesteaded and it has to be owner occupied. Again, the buyer has to be 80% AMI or less, and that's a requirement of the grant. There's a bunch of funding sources that have stipulations on them. Also, it requires a subsequent buyer to be 80%. And I'll walk through an example of what this might look like in a minute. The sales price, again, is determined every year by the Metropolitan Council, and this is the same calculation we use for everything that we do, so we're consistent on that. And the subsequent sales can seek remedy from the city if, for instance, lending criteria changes and we wouldn't have any available buyers, so we can talk about it again in the future if something that you're not expecting happens. Also, if the fair market value drops below an affordable sales price limit for that year. Highly unlikely, but trying to prepare for the what-if situations. A homeowner is required to notify the city of a sale within 60 days. The homeowner themselves can select a realtor just like they would in any transaction in a home situation. And then the city would take care of recertifying the new buyer. So the exchange happens and the city has to go through recertifying that person and ensuring their income is met. And then the covenant that's recorded stays with the property for 99 years. It's a long-term affordable covenant. The requirements of the homeowner is the homeowner must attend a first-time home buyers class. If you haven't seen the class or been to the class or understand the class, I would highly recommend if you talk to anybody who's buying a new home. It's really quite informative and helpful for a first-time home buyer. Also, they have to meet with an attorney. They have to discuss the contract so they understand exactly what's happening, and this is contributed by the city. And then the homeowner can also apply for down payment assistance programs that the city offers outside of what we're doing here in the financing agreement. As with all of our contracts with public funding, there is a look-back agreement. At the completion of the building and construction, the builder will provide all those final costs to the city. If for some reason the project costs are less than what we were expecting or what we anticipated in the approved budget in your document, the gap financing that you see in the sources would be reduced. So I wanted to show you what exactly would happen in the resale process, because I think this is the hardest thing to understand. How does it stay affordable long term but still provide equity to that initial homeowner? So basically the properties will be listed on MLS for a minimum of 10 days. The buyer has to meet the income guidelines and be bank qualified to purchase the home. If at the end there's a lottery, and that will determine the end buyer. So it's just by chance that someone would get it. There's no approval process in terms of you're first in and you made the first offer. It's a lottery. The buyers would meet the criteria that the certificate was required. That was just described in the last slide. And then you would have, in a resale situation, I'm going to use this scenario off to the right of the screen. So let's just say you had a buyer stay in the home for 10 years. And then, the question then is, what's that equity gain? So if, for instance, the purchase price was $290,000, $300,000 at the time they built it. The mortgage amount with a 3.5 down payment, about $280,000, $140,000, and then 3.5% additional down payment would be about $10,000. You'd have a monthly loan amount of about $1,680. Then we're using a 6% 30-year mortgage calculation, and then we have a 3% appreciation based on some of the testimony you heard tonight. That's actually not too far off what we're hearing in terms of home value. And then it's kind of a modest appreciation of the value. So you'd have a value in 10 years of $390,000, and then your mortgage balance after that time period would be about $234,000. Now this excludes somebody refinancing or having home equity loans taken out or any of those things. So assuming it's new construction and none of those things occur, there would be potentially $155,000 in proceeds after 10 years if it's sold. So that's kind of the scenario in a resale situation and what kind of equity the homeowner would take with them. And I think when you started talking about this process and this project, there are a couple of things. One is you wanted to see more equity with the person buying the home. You also kind of wanted to look at sustainability issues and how well we can build this home for the long term. And then thirdly, it was intended to kind of be an education. What does this really cost? How much is it, the cost of construction? And I think this chart really kind of helps you understand that. Where is the cost coming from? You might hear some people testify at the legislature, it comes from city fees. Well, that's not really a big amount. You can see it's 2.2 to 3% of an actual construction project. 80% of it is the construction. Sustainability items of that make up about 4% in this case. The builder fee or the profit that they're making is 8%, very much in line with other profits that we see. It's not more than other development that we look at. So the cost per unit is about $715,000 per unit. If you wanted to compare that to what we just looked at Minnetonka Mills, we had the numbers easily available to us. So it was about $673 per unit. So a little bit higher cost, but I think you can see on the next slide when we talk about what we added into the house, why some of the costs went up. And definitely you can take things off the list or you can add things back in and make it work however you want. But this is, again, I think in line with what we were seeing in the construction costs with what was happening with the Mills project. So on the top part of this chart on the right side, these are the things we added in after our initial EDAC review, because we talked about some of the things that we were concerned about. There was some area and layout reorientation in the home. There hadn't been a bedroom on the first floor, which we thought was a problem, so we wanted to make sure that happened. Also, there was some retaining walls that needed to add into the project that would make it more livable, and also Roland's a fairly busy road. Having some turnaround space for a car on the site needed to be done. We also added EV charging stations for each of the units, and also an aero barrier treatment that happened. So you can see the cost off to the side, how much that was either per unit or in total. The things that staff didn't believe were cost effective in terms of putting it into the initial project, the baseboard heat, radiant floor heating was just out of this world in terms of what the costs were. Solar panels themselves, 109, that payback and how long that would take to get paid back was not something we thought the price per unit could support. Also the insulation upgrade, there's been, various information about additional insulation. You can see the R factor if you're into construction, what R values are and stuff like that. It shows you on the bottom what the R value increased to R60 and R80 in the ceiling and R50 in the walls would be. And so that's a $82,000 increase if you did that. So again, we decided not to start in winter. That was another $19,000, that sort of thing. So lots of choices here, but in the end, I think we chose the ones that were most cost effective and got the biggest bang for the dollars that you were providing. So the way it works, the builder would finance the project. So tonight's action includes at the EDA, you would transfer it to Amani Construction, who is the developer, or I'm sorry, the builder. I call them a developer. They do both, but in this situation, they're acting as a builder. They do have some grant money that the city has been able to receive, $288,000 from the Metro Council, which requires the city to approve or to provide $250,000 plus $38,000. And then we also have a grant in at the Hennepin County level to get another $200,000. And then off to the right, you can kind of see the breakdown of that. We are not charging for the land, so remember all of this excludes the land costs. And obviously, if we're charging for a land value in this location, 300,000 probably would be a good number for this lot. It is quite large. It has a lot of existing trees and that sort of thing. So the gap financing that's required through the Affordable Housing Land Trust is $362,746. Just to see what it looks like, this is the design that has been discussed and staff approved. really nice finishes, and the design on it doesn't look like, in my opinion, I have this problem with cookie cutter housing design. So this one looks very different on the left than it does on the right. So the twin home kind of side by side is not the look we have with this property, and it really has to do with the elevation and the design of each of the units. So we worked with a very good architect to make that happen. So the city council part of this action really is just to convey the city-owned property to the Economic Development Authority. When you meet as the EDA later, you're actually going to convey the property to Amani Construction, and then you will take action on the purchase agreement, the development agreement that goes along with it, and then transfer the funds or give the funds from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to Amani for that $360,000 amount that I mentioned. Hopefully that made sense. I did go a little bit quicker than I intended, but hopefully that helps. Mayor, if you have questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnak. We appreciate your going quicker. We kind of forced you to do that. Our apology, or my apologies anyway. Council, any questions for, on this proposal and project for Ms. Wishnak? Councilmember Coakley. And then
I guess I got a question. It sounds like, the question is it similar to the land trust model? Because it sounds like it's kind of like a land trust because of the 99-year covenant over the property. So is that what that is?
Mayor and Councilmember Coakley, the covenant is the same, but the parameters by which the resale happens are absolutely not the same. So there's not the maximum equity that you can receive out of the home, which is the land trust model. And that's a way, you know, that's one method to keep it efficient. I think that's why the council wanted to try this method. I think that's what I heard from you all, is not try the land trust model on this one to open up that equity piece. So,
Councilmember Wilburn.
Could you go back a slide to the that one? I'm just, and I almost hesitate to ask this, but just like, how much money is coming from the city? So is the city, so 362,746 is coming from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and then is there another 250,000 as part of the match for the grant?
Mayor and Councilmember Wilburn, the 362 is inclusive of that we can count that for our match, yes. So it's not in addition, this number is not in addition to that number.
Okay,
I would say, just to be perfectly clear though, we haven't added that land cost on to the pro forma, so if you wanted to value that is something you could consider.
Right, and so like to Councilmember Coakley's point, the homeowner, the land will not still be owned by the city once the thing is built. So the homeowner owns the land as well.
Everything.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Correct.
Other questions? I'm gonna ask a question clarifying that. How much did the city have to pay for the land that is being donated? Because it wasn't free.
Back in 1984.
It wasn't a gift.
No, it actually, I can look it up. I don't have it off the top of my head. It wasn't that much, I know
Okay,
that.
or maybe a related question. So this is public land, so it never had an assessed value. Did it, or did it? I mean, was it?
We had an appraisal done, Mayor.
So, okay, let's talk about that then. What was the appraised value of the land?
Well, the problem is, Mayor, it was done in totality. So the lot behind it, as well as the front lot, were all appraised. And that's why I was using that $300,000 number.
All right, so
that was coming from the appraisal.
Just for clarity, so to go back to Councilmember Wilburn's question, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, 362,746, is inclusive of the $38,634, but there is no imputed value to the land in that. So if we were to say, okay, well, let's just say this land is worth $100,000 a lot, $200,000 in total, essentially the Minnetonka contribution then would be $200,000 greater, not $362 but $562 if that land had a value of $200,000. Is that correct? I just want to get the order of magnitude of what is the city putting into this so we really know what we're up against.
I think, Mayor, what you haven't calculated into that equation is we were paid rent for all those years since 1984, and we were, while we had to manage the property and there was property maintenance along the way, there definitely was a surplus to the city in terms of income from that property. It was an income generating piece of land. So there's that to factor in as well.
But I don't think collecting rent on a property devalues the property.
No, but my point is there was revenue coming in that we haven't equated to this transaction either. Yeah. So I think that's important to understand.
Okay. All right. Well, I understand it now.
Well, I think if I could just add one more thing, I think that in some of these grant situations, we do provide the land cost so they understand the full contribution.
Right.
When we're doing this, how much is actually physically going out the door? I think that's what we wanted to show you on this chart.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Councilor Coakley.
I guess I have another question. So you said that it's 80% of the AMI or less that a person can make. So what is the lowest can a person make to purchase? Is it the 30% AMI that a person can purchase this home, or is it that you want them to have the 80% AMI to purchase this home to qualify?
Mayor and Councilmember. I must have turned myself off. I don't know why. Mayor and Councilmember, Coakley, we don't mandate what the minimum AMI is. That really would be determined by the bank. So if you were making 30% AMI, highly unlikely the bank would finance the property, because you wouldn't have the income needed to pay the mortgage of $1,600-ish a month. So that's really not the city's decision in terms of you have a max, but it's not, there's a loan transaction happening in a private manner with a regular house buying situation. So we don't stipulate in the agreement what the lowest amount is. It's just a function of what people can pay. And I would highly doubt that a 30% would be able to, with a family income of $37,000, that wouldn't be viable.
Okay, so they need to make a certain amount of money at 80% to qualify for this $290,000, basically.
Mayor and Councilmember Coakley, that's actually not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's the max somebody can make. The transaction has to be approved by the bank. And the bank, I'm sure, has certain parameters, loan-to-value ratios, income ratios, what they need to issue the loan or the debt to the buyer. So I'm not saying that the bank wouldn't offer a loan to somebody making 60%. I'm saying the transaction for the city and the covenant that you're providing on the land, the security that you have is it won't be sold to anybody that makes more than 80%. If somebody has 60% and can get a loan and has the income to do that, that's the bank's decision whether or not they make that loan. That's not the city's decision. So does that make, I don't know if that helps.
No, it doesn't, but whatever. I'm totally lost on what you're talking about. But I've been through a bank, so I understand that you have to qualify for a loan, but I'm wondering, do you have to qualify for a certain amount to get to this $290,000? Like, I don't know if I'm not explaining it right.
Are you saying would the purchase price be $108,000 if somebody came in with 30% AMI?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember.
That's what I want to know. I want to know. It
is selling for $290,000, $300,000 this year. Next year, that could be different. It could be 305, just depends on where that.
Right,
that
so
moves
you
out.
have to qualify to make sure that you get to that 290,000. That's
So
what
it's being
Yeah.
priced at 80% AMI.
Priced at 80%, you don't need to make 80% to buy it. Maybe that's a better way to say it.
Okay, got it.
That
Thank
help?
you.
Anything else? Council? Any further questions? So,
Mayor, the developer builder is here if you want to
Excellent.
meet them, talk
well,
to them.
that would be great.
Visit with them.
I mean, you know, they sat here all night. You know, if maybe they could just wave and we could say hello. No, if you please do, please come forward and talk to us about the project a little bit. You don't have to go long, but we certainly want to welcome you here. So, if you want to say something, please do come forward, state your name and address, and tell us about your vision.
Well, I'm Joanne with Amani Construction.
Bree Jeter with Amani.
Jennifer Courier with Amani.
And we don't live in the city of Minnetonka, but are quite excited to be here and developing. And I can talk just a little bit about the project, pretty quick about it. One of the big things that we're pretty excited about is sustainability. So at Amani, we have 4 core values, and one of them is sustainability and affordability. And to us, it's important not just to build any type of new construction home, which is what we focus on, but to really think about the planet and think about climate change, and in particular, what's happening to youth who are trying to purchase homes. And this has a big impact for folks like Bree and I, who are millennials and are trying to purchase a house, and it's really difficult. So that's why we play quite a bit in that affordable housing space. Sustainability, talked a little bit about that. What I wanted to hit on a little bit more was we're building to what's called the DOE Zero Energy Ready program, which is the Department of Energy's program. And we are one of the few builders here in the state who've completed over 10 of these homes. So this house will fit into that category. But as well, on top of that, it's going to fit into Energy Star's Next Gen model certification program as well, which just started this year. And actually this fall, if I remember that correctly. So based off of that, when we talk sustainability, we're not talking about meeting the basis of Energy Star, but we're talking meeting much higher levels. The next highest level that you could get to would be the passive home option, which are those options that you see laid out in terms of insulation upgrade there, and the solar panels to get to that next level. So just give a little bit more detail. And we're happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you so much. Council questions, Councilmember Wilburn.
So excited. Environment and sustainability is like my thing. So building it as the I'm sorry, it's late. Zero ready, and you're meeting these higher standards, but without some of the upgrades, like just as it is, would a resident see like savings on heating their home, that sort of thing?
Yes, so I can talk to that a little bit. So the DOE Zero Energy Program, what they have is typically most homes across the U.S., you're going to see around 2,000 in utility savings for the average homeowner. For our programs, to get a little bit nerdy here, we have a HERS rating score that is in the low 30s that we're trying to get into the low 20s, or pardon me, high 20s. And to put that into perspective, the average home gets constructed at a level of 70. And so we're talking about a level of 30 in comparison to that. So they're quite big. For our typical homes, we see savings range of anywhere from, we'd say, $1,500 to about $3,000 per year that folks are able to save.
Thank you. Other questions? I always have one. You know, I note on point 8, fully passive house requires 2 by 8 walls, which require significant change. And, you know, as I've gotten involved in affordable housing construction, That's kind of an oxymoron. And I want to say, I mean, you are very impressive. It's great to see you here, and I'm excited about what you're bringing forward to us. But I've also have, and I hate the word but, I'm concerned about just the significant costs of housing construction and the impacts on the real honest availability of affordable housing when the costs of construction are so high. And one of the thoughts I had was, I mean, I think the building code in Minnesota needs to change. We require 2x6 construction. I think there are cheaper ways to do it, but clearly that works against energy efficiency. But I'm wondering if in your work and in your experience, have you seen technologies that would enable insulation to be provided in a way that you could do it with 2x4 construction rather than continuing to have 2x6 construction or even higher requirements that just drive costs up significantly? I'm trying to find housing that makes sense, and is there a way to use technology to drive the cost out? Because otherwise I'm fearful that we're close to the day where there will be no construction of affordable homes. Should we switch to a renovation model and say, you know what, let's let the market have market rate housing, let's only build market rate housing and work on converting housing, existing housing, to make it good, affordable housing, because we have to break the code on affordability because we're going in the wrong direction. So just wondering about your thoughts on technology to drive the cost down and get the same R value with less material. And if you don't know, that's a fair answer.
I mean, at least to the best of my knowledge, I don't know of any technology that exists to do really high levels of insulation with 2x4s.
Yeah.
I think we've been playing around with panelized walls and zip framing and some other neat technologies that we've been looking into to try to see how can we shift the cost and decrease that, but at least it's hard.
No, it is hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not asking an easy question, and we're not going to solve it tonight, but I just was curious. But anyway, thank you for being here tonight. Councilmember Coakley.
I just wanted to make a comment. It's good to see a black women developer company here tonight. Typically we don't see that, and so I just want to applaud you all for doing the work that you're doing and applaud the city for partnering with you all. And so I really appreciate that and appreciate you all coming to the city.
Thank you, and I echo Councilmember Coakley's comments. Nice to see
And
you
waiting
here.
for 3 hours to.
But it was exciting,
really
don't you think?
appreciate
Really
it.
interesting? You don't have to comment. All right. So, any other questions or comments, or the proposal before us is, excuse me, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really briefly, I really love this project. I wish we could do more of it. I will say this is unsustainable from a financial perspective from where we sit. I think it's inspirational. I think it serves many purposes. And I mean, if we really do the math on it and we use the land numbers, we're really talking about a $3,000 city contribution per unit per year. Now, it's only going to take 100 years for that to pay off, but we've certainly seen higher cost affordability. It's just to front that for 2 units, it's just untenable. And that to me is evidence, I think, for us as a city and a community to be able to say where are the problems in affordability, and it's broad, but it will take more infrastructural change You know, it's not any one thing. It's not necessarily just zoning. It's not necessarily just the city doing something, as we can see the county's getting involved here. So anyway, I felt that we needed to say this. I do have sticker shock. I think it's lovely. I'm so glad we're doing it. I think we can use it as a case study in many, many different ways, and I think we can put Juliana speaking tour just to talk about this. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing it come to fruition.
Other comments? Councilmember Coakley? Councilmember Calvert. Coakley's over there, Calvert's over there. But it's the alliteration thing. It's the alliteration thing. Okay, all good.
Well, I agree with everything the mayor said and with everything that Councilmember Shack and Councilmember Coakley said. And thinking about some of the more controversial developments that have come up recently, including Mills Church and some of the bigger apartment complexes that we have affordable because of our affordable housing policy. I mean, it really is sort of a non sequitur at this point to talk about new construction, affordable housing, and it isn't just one thing. And I just want to mention that on the EDAC, there were people that were pushing for more density in say the Mills Church project because it would bring the cost down, and that is not necessarily, it is so project specific, and that's why the cookie cutter approach, that about density, it doesn't always work. It's not necessarily going to solve the problem. And I keep going back to if, density were the answer, New York City would be the most affordable place to live. So it's always has to do with, what are the amenities in the city and, the land costs and, so, how good are the schools, the jobs, the retail, the roads, everything. And so I also have sticker shock. But it's sort of what we were talking about in the budget as well. This is what it is, and I agree. I feel like when it comes to affordable housing, the rubber band is really getting stretched to the point where there's no stretch left anymore. And having, children that are getting married and looking to buy a house, it's a gut punch because you really want your children to have have it better than you had, and I'm not sure that they can. And I lived in a very modest home. So, but anyway, I think I agree with what Councilmember Shack said. There's so many things about this that are super intriguing and, feel like they're leading to, great ideas and good things and, 2 homes for people that don't make 100% of area median income. I think the financial model in terms of equity is super appealing because we're trying so hard to make it so that homes are affordable and you can make a little equity. And I know Councilmember Coakley's had problems with the land trust model. So I think we've solved a lot of problems here except for the actual cost of construction. And that's very unfortunate, but really intriguing, and just applaud everyone and everyone that's involved, including Amani Construction. And I'm really excited to see what happens and see how it works out and see if our great experiment is successful.
Councilmember Mailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really briefly, totally echo previous comments. Just wanted to thank again Amani for coming in tonight, for being here, for taking this journey with us. Also, huge kudos to staff and especially Ms. Wishnack. This has been her vision. I as a new council member, I wasn't part of really the original, but I am so glad. Everything from the architectural renderings here. I mean, this is not going to be some blah, terrible looking, thing that we really, peas and carrots construction. This is going to be something special, and you know, I'm really excited to see what happens and to use it as a case study. I think at the end of the day, talking about affordability, yes, sticker shock, and at the end of the day, it's land, labor, and lumber. And, you know, those are the costs. I will be interested in this as a case study for, you know, kind of some of the zoning proposals and other things that are going on and from the state mandated point of view. I think this is, you know, where we can use data and get data to see what the real cost is. And at the end of the day, right now, the market isn't working. The free market isn't working. And I personally, in terms of affordable housing construction, I don't know how we're going to get there without having government subsidies at the end of the day. But, you know, I'm really happy to run with this and see how this goes and use it as a learning model going forward. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Amani, for doing this. This is going to be wonderful. Can't wait to see it.
Any other comments? You know, I think this project can be, you know, I think it's kind of a, you know, kind of a test case, showcase, a nice opportunity to show what we can do. I do, you know, the practical side of me wants to say, okay, you know, would I spend my money this way, my money? And there'd probably be some things I do differently. You know, I think about my kid buying this house and having EV chargers so he could park his 2001 Volkswagen Jetta in the garage. I question, you know, my approach would be, you know what, when you buy a new house, you typically don't buy a new car at the same time. So I'd drive my old car and park it in that garage. And when I got to the point where I could afford both a house and a car payment, then I'd also look at putting a charger into the house. I mean, you know, I think there are some things that don't quite pass the smell test for me, even though we want to be very forward-looking. But parking a 20-year-old Volkswagen Jetta in the garage and having EV chargers there doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and it does seem a bit frivolous. But I also know that we're trying to be future-oriented. It's not going to cause me to vote no, but I want to challenge us to think about the practicality and how will a home like this really be used, and how many people are going to drive in there, buy that house, and pull in with an electric vehicle, which by and large are more expensive than the old technology. You know, that I choke on that a little bit, but it's not enough to cause me to say no. But I think I just want to encourage us to be practical as we consider options like this. But that's my only critique. I think that, like has already been said, I wish the costs were lower. This is not a sustainable model, but I think it's a model, given the circumstances we're in and what we're trying to do. I think it's worth pursuing. So I will support it, with or without the EV charges. So would somebody like to make a motion? Councilmember Wilburn.
See if I can get the wording right here. 'Cause I'm not-
Just, Mayor, for clarity, we have
Yeah.
the whole action, so just what the council needs to do is the first sentence here is the action.
This action approves the conveyance? That first sentence, okay. We did a motion involving the first sentence.
Okay. I move that we approve the conveyance of the city-owned property at 5432 Rowland Road to the Economic Development Authority.
Is there a second? Councilmember Calvert.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Copley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. All right, we're making progress.
We are.
That takes us to item 14C. And Ms. Thomas, you've been waiting for a long time. So the zoning update process and contract with ZoneCo. Ms. Thomas.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here. Good night. You don't have to stay now.
Thank you, Mayor Grissom and council members. This evening, we're going to present to you the framework for the zoning update process. If the council will recall, back in 2023, the city hired a consultant to evaluate our current zoning ordinance to understand its ability to achieve many of the goals that we outline in our comprehensive plan. And after several months of review, conversation, and surveys with the council, with the planning commission, and with various members of the public, the consultant, ZoneCo, did submit for your review a zoning diagnostic report that really kind of outlined several areas of the code or several standards within the code that are in conflict with the goals of the comprehensive plan. So then earlier this year, late summer, early fall, the council directed staff to engage ZoneCo for a full rewrite of the ordinance. As envisioned, the full update process will begin in 2025, and it will take roughly 18 months to complete. The work would be done by 4 categories of participants and occur in 4 phases. So the first category of participants would be the staff work group, comprised of the city's existing development review team, generally folks on staff that are recognized as the city's subject matter experts. So representatives from engineering, public works, natural resources, economic development, housing, public safety, and planning and legal. The second group of participants then would be a community work group consisting of 10 individuals to be appointed by the mayor. Staff envisions this group to include current or former members from each of the city's boards and commissions, along with 1 at-large resident and 1 at-large business owner resident. So if council members have names of potential at-large members they'd like to pass on to the mayor, please do so. And similarly, staff has some names that we will also pass on. We're aiming for a community work group that's diverse in age, gender, and race. And this work group, unlike perhaps a focus group or a study group, really needs to be highly technical. And it's for that reason that we're suggesting a member of boards and commissions, because they already have some understanding of the time and effort that it takes to prepare for these types of work meetings. They understand evaluation of regulation and policy and how to analyze public input. It's really important also that they have a basic understanding of zoning as a principle and as a tool for regulation. We hope that this work group will be able to hit the ground running and focus really on the heavy lift of developing the new ordinance standards rather than taking a lot of time educating and learning about zoning just as a principle. The third group then would be the council and members of the full boards and commissions. That group, the council and the boards and commissions, would receive regular updates on the work of the work groups. And then finally, the fourth group would be the public. The city would use all available media resources to educate, inform, and seek feedback on the ordinance update. The specific formats for that feedback would be developed as we get into the process with some consultation with those work groups, but will likely include both in-person opportunities for feedback as well as online opportunities. As I mentioned, the work would be done in 4 phases. The first phase is just a kickoff phase, calling together those work groups in January, late January of next year, really kind of an introduction and a grounding on the project and the work that they'll be doing. The second phase, our consultant calls the calibration phase, that to calibrate the goals of the community with the zoning ordinance, to calibrate those two together. That's when the staff and community working groups would begin to formulate new zoning standards, perhaps new zoning districts, to support the city's stated goals. And that phase of the process would take about 4 months. Then the third phase is called the codification phase with the work groups, and it's during that time that the consultant would provide to those work groups drafts of the new ordinance based on the work that had been done in the previous phase. The work groups will get into the review and kind of high-level editing of the ordinance. That phase would take roughly 4 months. That phase may include several different drafts and reviews. And then finally, the fourth phase is the public codification phase, and it's during this phase that drafts of the ordinance would be provided for public review and engagement, and again, other drafts created potentially based on that engagement. It's at this point that we would then begin to get into the more, I would call, typical ordinance review that you're used to with the formal public meetings, the introduction of ordinance at the council meeting, and then a twist we're suggesting, 2 public hearings at the Planning Commission level, one of which would be a joint hearing with the council and the Planning Commission so that those bodies can hear that public input at the same time. Then potentially another draft coming out of those public hearings, and then finally review by the council. This fourth phase is the longest phase of the project. We're suggesting about 9 months to complete. So that would occur hopefully between about October 2025 and May 2026. I went really quick through that, but what we're hoping for this evening is that the council will approve this general process and then also approve the contract for professional services, which was included in your agenda packet.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Nice job. And I thought it was very clear and understandable, and quick is good. So, council, any questions for Ms. Thomas? Councilmember Wilburn.
Or whoever can answer this. So, when you say approve the general zoning process, like I have some feelings, some input on the makeup of the community group and the process for selecting members for that, but we don't necessarily have to figure that out tonight. If we can just pass this and work on that at a later date, is that possible?
Ms. Wishnack?
Mayor and Councilmember Wilburn, I think we laid out a potential work group because without that, I don't think you kind of knew where we were headed. As Ms. Thomas said, it's important that these people understand functionality of regulation, and all of those boards and commissions that were mentioned have that kind of innately because they come to meetings, they know what packets look like, they know what regulations generally look like. There might be a few board members that might not totally understand that, but I think that was the idea. As with other appointments, the mayor is the typical, he brings the list and I can't remember what's the phraseology? Corrine, can you help me out, Corrine? What's the phraseology? That it's confirmed by the rest of the council? Is that the right term? Okay. Sorry, she's having she's coughing.
Water. Yeah.
So I won't, as long as confirmed is right.
The general rule for that the code sets forth for the appointment of boards and commissions has been mayor appoints with I think it uses approval or confirmation by the council. Mm-hmm. This is a work group. It's not necessarily governed by the code, but if you want to follow the same procedure, you could do that.
And I think, just to carry on with that thought, so I think the other thing we're thinking about is how long do you want this to go on? So in our minds, if you wanted to, for instance, have a public calling of applications like you do for other boards and commissions, we're all losing our voices, I think. That's a 6-month time frame because you have to get in the memo, you have to get people to apply, then you have to set time aside to, so that would be February. We kind of walked through this. February, you would hit the memo, and then you'd probably have somebody appointed by May or June. So as long as you're okay, hang on, this process, just all shift 6 months more. That's all. I think that is something you have to consider. Depends on how quickly you want to start the work group.
Right, so, so I guess my question is, if we approve this tonight, can we make suggested changes and to, before the community work group is assembled, to how that would work?
Yeah, I think Councilmember Wilburn, you can do whatever you choose to do. There's no procedural step. I think that's the point. I think it's a little mushy because we don't really have a defined. I think we just propose something and see what's stuck. And, if it doesn't stick, we're okay with that too.
I want to move us along, but I also don't, I don't want to spend 45 minutes tonight when we can take care of it at another time.
I think, Mayor, if I may, Councilmember Wilburn, we have to start contacting these people, and I think that's what Susan and I are contemplating, like, when do we contact them? How do we let people know? And so there's some contacts that need to be made if this is indeed the structure you want to follow. If you don't want to follow the structure and have a new structure, we could just have another conversation at some other time about it. But again, that would delay. I mean, our consultant is waiting for us. I mean, we're 2 months behind according to him, so.
Okay, now I've spent all this time not talking about it. So I guess my main thing is around the public members. I know, I'll just say, I think there needs to be some sort of public process. I don't know that it necessarily has to be the full 6-month interview boards and commissions type thing, but I think there needs to be some sort of public call to ask about people that have interest, just so that the public can be aware and have the opportunity to weigh in, as opposed to, we get down the line and they'll say, well, we didn't know anything about this. Why weren't we allowed to have input? So that's my thought.
So if I may ask a clarifying question, Councilmember Wilburn, is it only the at-large seats that we're talking about, that in terms of the appointments? Are you okay with the rest of the composition, or or not at all?
For the most part.
Okay.
I will say, forgive me, but I think having the mayor on there also might not be the best idea. Again, not because he wouldn't be a valuable member of the thing, but as far as public perception of what we're doing.
Councilor Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally hear what Councilmember Wilburn's saying, but I think this is a scenario that is so highly technical and so ingrained in the, the kind of legal minutia of city infrastructure, that having the people who work with it or have worked with it is really important, because it is, it's not like a brainstorming session. To me, it's more guided. I feel in reviewing this, I thought you did a nice job putting it together. I certainly can understand. I think that's why your Councilmember Wilburn's point more so is addressed in this 9 months of public engagement, where people can look at it from a layperson's perspective and provide feedback. And, from somebody who sat on the comp plan committee, and that is a meaningful part of the process. I mean, there's no doubt, but when you're in there in those meetings, and, you know, I had some experience, not a ton, and a lot of it at that time felt like it was over my head. Now I think I would understand much more. I would hate to put somebody in that, but I think we would lose them. One, I think they'd stop coming to meetings. And two, I just don't, I mean, I hate to use the word qualified, but it would be hard to see just, you know, somebody off the street as qualified to get in there and really start having the conversation. But that's my perspective.
Councilmember Coakley?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know, I think about, you know, some of the other committees that we've had, you know, kind of to what Councilmember Wilburn's saying, and this no offense to the mayor, but, you know, like with the DEI, we couldn't have me on there as a council and the mayor had to come off. You know, I still question why did that have to happen. And then on other committees, we have folks, council members serving on other committees. So I always think about that. And then to hear, I always think about it's not being fair. I just don't think it's fair. I never thought it was fair. So that's just my issue about that. But also with this group, you know, I don't know how this works, but I'll tell you, like, first thing came to my mind, well, it'd be nice if we could have like Brian Kirk or Bradley Shappy, who cared about zoning a lot, and Brian Kirk, who understand planning. So those are two guys that came in my mind because I know they know the work. But it was when I talked to Mike earlier, I had some of the same questions, like, okay, how do we make sure that the work that we want to happens in this with the rewrite of rezoning, making sure the issues that, you know, we care about around lot sizes and all the different issues that I'll just tell you personally, where some of the meetings I went to in the past that talk about covenants and talk about how zoning was used to discriminate. I know those things are going to be very important as we rewrite the zoning. And so how do we make sure, I think for me, I really got to, I became panicked, like, okay, how do we make sure that some of those things are being addressed? And so it's going to be important that we get the right folks in the room, but also people who know this work, who understand the issues. And I don't know if we could convince those two at least to come back to work on this. I would love to. I'll call them personally or text them personally. But to have someone who does know the work and know some of the other issues around discriminatory practice that happen to keep so many people out of our city. So that's important to me.
I really want people on this, in the work group, that have technical knowledge, that care about what's best for the city, and don't have an agenda except for that. No personal philosophies. You know, we have recommendations from the consultant, and then we need people that have to figure out, you know, how to make this all work for the city. And so I hear your concerns, Councilmember Coakley, and I really want to make sure we get this right. I personally think that having the mayor in the work group would be incredibly valuable, if for no other reason than he has an incredibly extensive historical knowledge of sort of how we have thankfully evolved as a city and how the city has changed. And I really want to make sure that as we recommend people to the mayor, or however we decide to do it, you know, some of the people that we're talking about have you know, strong philosophies and agendas, and I want to make sure that the people that we are choosing understand zoning, planning, the technicalities of a city and the implications for development, all the things that go around with zoning ordinances. And to me, that's the most important thing, because I think that we have also on staff, because of all of the work that we've done on inclusion in this for staff, the internal work, and I just feel like the issues that we're concerned about will be addressed in both the staff work group and the working group, the community working group. So, and I think that it literally, the second bullet starts addressing some of our concerns about that on the slide that we're looking at right now. So personally, I'm reluctant to put this off. I think this is a Band-Aid that we're ripping off painfully, and the longer it takes to rip it off, just the more painful it's going to be. And I think there are ways of dealing with folks' concerns to make sure that, you know, we make our zoning equitable and sensible, and make it make sense for the city.
Anyone else?
Just
Councilor
real
O'Malley?
quickly, I was just wondering, in terms of trying to address some concerns about making this information publicly available, if we don't want to wait for the memo, we could at least put it out on Facebook or send it out on email. We have lots of emails. So that could be put in also with the qualifications, preferred qualifications that are coming out. So, I mean, that would be one way. You know, it could still be done quickly, and it would be a way of getting things out, so it would be, you know, transparent, and people would have, you know, the opportunity to, you know, kind of submit, not having just watched council meetings or, you know, kind of followed this on Minnetonka Matters. It would get the word out there. I do want to agree with, you know, making sure that we're laser focused on what's best for the, you know, community, and getting a group that is interested in solving problems, and as data driven, and so hopefully, you know, that'll happen, and maybe part of that process is having that call and that information going out publicly, so that we can get a good pool of candidates together that we can quickly, if need be, review, and the mayor can review, and we can quickly confirm as a council if need be. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember, or Ms. Wish, you got promoted, or maybe demoted, you know, depending on.
You can just
depending on
add that
point
to
of
your
view.
resume.
Ms. Wishnack, excuse me, it's getting late.
No, I was just going to propose a solution kind of along the lines of Councilmember O'Malley's comments, because I think I heard the wanting to have a little bit more information for people to kind of digest, and then they could put their name in the hat, so to speak. Maybe for those two at-large positions, business owner and resident, if we put that out by next week, say by the end of the year, you have to submit your information, whatever is on the application, I don't know, but we'll figure that out by next week, and then submit that to the mayor. The mayor brings back on the 13th of January the actual composition that he's thinking, and then you can either approve or not approve that, if that works, Mayor. I'm not sure if that's where you were headed.
Yeah, well, I wasn't heading anywhere. I was trying to listen to everyone and not say anything for a change. But I would say that I would encourage all council members who want to make recommendations for people for those at-large positions to do so. We all know people, and then we can put out, you know, an at-large request. But to the point being made, we want somebody who's somewhat familiar with the systems and processes of the city. And so council members and former, current and former board and commission members, you know, probably represent a pretty good pool to make recommendations. And then I think we will get a good pool doing it that way. And clearly, the council approves. I can recommend, but they're really only recommendations until the council approves. So I think that's a pretty good process. And I think just in terms of boards and commissions generally, one of my goals for 2025, knock on wood, is to kind of streamline things, do our work, but try and simplify it and just make it not so burdensome. And I've talked to Mr. Funk about that a little bit. I'm interested in your ideas on how we can do that. But I think we can streamline things without sacrificing quality in how we go about things. So those are my comments, and I think Ms. Wishnak, your suggestion makes good sense to me. So we need a motion, right? All right, so let's see. So approve the general zoning update process and approve the contract for professional services. Would somebody like to make those motions? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move approval of the general zoning update process and the contract for professional services.
And is there a second? Councilmember Coakley.
I'll second.
All right, got a motion by Councilmember Calvert, and a second by Councilmember Coakley. Still the alliteration is still working. Ms. Larson, would you please call roll?
Calvert.
Yes.
Romalee.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So that brings us to item 14D, ordinances and contract related to recyclables and organics. I know we've had people waiting here with bated breath to get to this item. So Mr. Manchester, would you like to, you've got that report. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Good evening again, Council. Before you tonight is the ordinance and contract related to organics and recycling, as Mr. Nelson mentioned earlier. I did want to mention Darren Ellingson, our Public Works Operations Manager, is here, along with Matt Herman from Republic Services. So on October 7th, 2024, Council directed staff to proceed with the contract negotiations for the organized curbside recycling and then including the organics recycling collection. During those negotiations, staff determined the ordinances for the collection should be updated, which you saw on November 18th, where Council introduced the ordinance and indicated we brought back to Council with the contract at the following meeting. The ordinance 835, primarily it's similar, left in place the existing provisions of recycling and organics, and then added a new section to address city contracting services for hauler collection and then setting rates by ordinance, or resolution, excuse me. As far as recycling, the existing contract, most of you are familiar. We have a 24-hour drop-off center. We have 12 8-yard dumpsters, containers that are picked up daily, 7 days a week, along with additional containers around the holiday season or other times where they're needed. There's currently additional fees for contamination and then for the existing additional containers, excuse me. And then we do have an organics container at the center as well. The 25 to 27 contract proposes the same 12 containers, service 7 days a week, along with additional containers when needed, primarily around the holidays. The fees for the additional would be removed as part of the new contract, and then the organics container would remain. As far as the collection rates, you can see in the table shown here is the 2024 rate, along with the proposed 25 to 27 for the residential collection of recycling, and then the fees related to the drop-off center collection. As far as organics go, as most of you are aware, the county ordinance does require residents to be charged for organics. It's currently handled through our 4 licensed haulers, trash haulers. The cost does vary for that service. The existing contract, there is no current contract with the city for organics, but as part of the last discussions, we discussed having a proposal to add citywide organics collection. So proposed is a variable schedule for that. It would include organics recycling service through city billing, as Mr. Nelson mentioned earlier. All residents would pay for the service whether they participate or not, and then the charges would be removed from the private haulers, so you wouldn't be paying double. And then collection would be weekly and coordinated the same day as the recycling. As far as costs go, it would be on a variable schedule. Right now, the city's around 10%, and it would start at the $3.10 Certainly if participation increased, that would adjust. When we discussed last time, there was questions on contract termination. So just to make it clear, the contract could certainly be terminated based on some conditions. So essentially, if service declined, the city would have the option to take that step and terminate the contract. Mr. Nelson mentioned earlier funding, currently at $733 per month, would be increased to $1081 per month. This would include the organics collection. As part of that, it would be inflationary, and then it would include everything as mentioned before. So it would be the fee, the $1081 would cover the organics, the recycling, 24-hour recycling center, drop-off, leaf and brush drop-off, and then our special event as well. And then any future rate adjustments, so say for instance participation increased with organics, we would come back to council and discuss that before making that change. Communications, as mentioned last time, there'd be a number of items we would need to get the communications out on if we were to add the organics, and so we would do that. We would then work with Republic as well as the license haulers to automatically take the charges off and then start billing as a city. And then we would promote new users as well at that time. The Sustainability Commission did discuss this on November 12th, and they also offered to help with the public engagement to get the messaging out. If council chooses to move forward, January 1st, the new recycling contract would start. There'd be essentially no change shown for collection. So residents wouldn't need new carts. Schedule service would all remain the same. Organics, we would start with the communications in December through February, and then that would be proposed to begin as a citywide organics service on March 6th also. So with that, there's 3 recommended actions tonight. I'll turn it back to the mayor and council. The motion to adopt the ordinance, motion to approve the Third Amendment contract with Republic for a 3-year extension for comprehensive municipal recycling services beginning January 1st, 2025, and then adding the weekly curbside organic collection beginning March 6th, 2025, and then a motion to adopt the resolution setting the 2025 environmental recycling fees that Mr. Nelson mentioned would be included with this item. So with that, I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manchester. Council, any questions for Mr. Manchester? Councilmember Calvert.
Just one. In some of the comments from residents, someone asked about, you know, they talked about how many shared private drives, and this person lives on one, and they're concerned about the number of, you know, like not having space for all of the bins on these private shared drives, and I was wondering if you could help address, or if there are any ideas about what they can do about that.
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Calvert. I mean, we would certainly work with them directly. If they have service now, I'm assuming they have something similar, but we'd make sure we could make it work for them.
Any other questions? I have one. Excuse me, Mr. Manchester. Do we have a sense for what the typical person who is participating in, you know, is getting organics picked up now and paying for it with a private haul, with a separate hauler, or maybe Republic too, what their charge is? Because my thought is, with the combined charge we're going to have, and the increase in the, we may actually be saving people money versus what they're currently paying. Do we have a sense for that?
Yeah, Mayor Wearsome and council. When we looked at it last time, the average was around $6 to $8 on average. It certainly varies by every company, you know, and if you call in at a different time, you could certainly get a different rate too. So we do see it as a savings. So
we're getting a quantity discount, and even if the collection goes up quite a bit and the rate goes up quite a bit, it's likely to be cheaper for our residents, which I think is a positive part of the story that we should make sure that we share with our residents. I think that's important. All right. I think we're in a good spot. We have some recommended actions. If anyone would like to make motions, Council Member Foster Bolton.
I make a motion to adopt the ordinance, motion to approve the Third Amendment to contract with Republic Services for a 3-year extension for comprehensive municipal recycling services beginning January 1st, 2025, and adding weekly curbside organic collection beginning March 6th, 2025, and a motion to adopt the resolution setting the 2025 environmental recycling fees.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Coakley?
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Foster Bolton and a second by Councilmember Coakley. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaili,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. All right, so let's see, that was 14D, so I have a script for what to say after 14D. The next item on the agenda is a closed session to conduct the city manager performance evaluation. However, we also have a meeting of the EDA with agenda items. So that members of the audience and the viewing public do not need to wait for the closed session, I am looking for a motion to recess this meeting until the conclusion of the EDA meeting. So, Councilmember Romaili?
I'll make the motion.
Is there Councilmember Calvert?
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Romaili and a second by Councilmember Calvert to recess this meeting. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaili,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. This meeting is recessed. At the end of the EDA meeting, I will reconvene the city council, and that time I will go request a motion to go into closed session. So with that, now we need to call the EDA meeting to order, I believe. And so I'll start that process right now. Mr. Ellingson, thanks for being here. Good to see you. So it is still, hard to believe, it is still Monday, December 2nd, 2024. This is a meeting of the Minnetonka Economic Development Authority. I will call this meeting to order and ask for, please call roll. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Here.
Romaili,
Here.
Coakley,
Here.
Foster Bolton,
Here.
Shack,
Here.
Wilburn,
Here.
Wearsome.
Here. Next is approval of the agenda, and I believe there's an agenda change. Ms. Wishnack, do you have that?
Thank you. Just a note, there is an actual public hearing when we get to the Amani construction item. I don't think we called that out on the agenda, but it is officially a public hearing. It was noticed properly. We just failed to mention it on the agenda. My apologies.
No apologies are necessary. So that public hearing item is still item 5A, or does the public, do we renumber our agenda? Okay, all good.
It would be on 5A.
Okay, very good. So we have an approval. Is there, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I make the motion to approve the agenda as amended.
And a second. Councilmember Coakley.
I'll second.
All right, got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Coakley. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaili,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is approval of minutes, and we have one set of minutes, the October 7, 2024 EDA minutes. Any comments or a motion? Councilmember Wilburn, or Commissioner Wilburn.
I move approval of the October 7th, 2024 EDA minutes.
And a second, Commissioner Calvert.
I second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Wilburn and a second by Commissioner Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romaili,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So the next item is a public hearing item. It is item 5A, the 5432 Roland Road Twin Home Amani Construction Project. Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. As we described before, I think you have the gist of the project, and so I won't repeat all of it. What you're doing here is approving the resolution. There's a couple of resolutions. One is for the actual purchase agreement between the city and Amani, and then there's a development agreement that follows that. The second resolution is the funding from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to Amani. You also will hold the public hearing, and it does require 4 votes for the resolutions. And with that, I will turn it back to President Wearsome.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnack. So, any questions, commissioners, for staff? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing and ask if there is anyone in our large audience that would like to comment on this item. Is there anyone? Seeing that the entire audience said no, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for comment or a motion. And the motion require approving the purchase of the property, the development agreements, and the funding. Commissioner Wilburn.
I move approval of the purchase and development agreement with Amani Construction and the resolution providing funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to Amani.
Very good. And second from Commissioner Calvert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Wilburn and a second by Commissioner Calvert. And we're really on this alliteration thing, but anyway, I'll let it go. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. The next item is the 2025 Housing and Redevelopment Authority Tax Levy and Budget. Ms. Wishnack.
Thank you, President and Commissioners. This already was covered at the budget portion of your council meeting, so we won't go through it. It's just the levy and the uses that you are proposing. So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnack. Council or commissioners, any questions or a motion? Commissioner Romali.
Thank you, President. I make the motion to set the preliminary 2025 HR levy at $300,000 and recommend the City Council adopt the levy in December 2024.
And is there a second? Commissioner Foster Bolton.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Romali and a second by Commissioner Foster Bolton. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. So the final item is a motion for adjournment. Commissioner Wilburn,
I move adjournment.
is there a second? Commissioner Commissioner Foster Bolton.
I second.
My head's on a swivel. Okay, so we've got a motion by Commissioner Wilburn, a second by Commissioner Foster Bolton. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we are adjourned. Now, the December 2, 2024 regular meeting of the Minnetonka City Council is reconvened. The next item on the agenda is item 14D, which is a closed session to conduct the city manager's performance evaluation pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.05 subdivision 3A. I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.05 subdivision 3A for the purposes of conducting a performance evaluation of city manager Mike Funk. Is there a Commissioner Wilburn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Commissioner Foster Bolton?
I second.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Wilburn and a second by Commissioner Foster Bolton. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley. Yes. Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. The council will reconvene in the Minnehaha room for a closed session. The video of this meeting will end now. At the conclusion of the closed session, the City Council will adjourn this meeting. No further business will be conducted this evening. I will provide a summary of the performance evaluation at the next public meeting at the City Council meeting, which is December 9, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in the Minnehaha room. So we get to go there. How'd I do, Ms. Heine? Thank you.